Prosperity, How to Attract It, by Orison, Swett, Marden. Chapter 1. How We Limit Our Supply. A man will remain a rag picker as long as he has only a rag picker's vision. Why go through life exhibiting the traits of an underling? If you are a real man, don't go around looking like a beggar, talking like a beggar, acting like a beggar. Only by thinking prosperity and abundance can you realize the abundant, prosperous life. Fixing limitation upon ourselves is one of the cardinal sins of mankind. Everything we get in life comes through the gateway of our thought. If that is pinched, stingy, mean, what flows to us will correspond. What would you think of a prince, the heir to a kingdom of limitless wealth and power, who should live in the condition of a pauper, who should go about the world bemoaning his hard fate and telling people how poor he was, saying that he didn't believe his father was going to leave him anything and that he might as well make up his mind to a life of poverty and limitations? You would say, of course, that he must be insane and that his hard conditions, his poverty and limitations, were not actual but imaginary, that they existed only in his mind, that his father was ready to load him with good things, with all that his heart desired, if he would only open his mind to the truth and live in the condition befitting a prince, the son and heir of a great king. Now, if you are living in pinching poverty, in a narrow, cramped, limited environment in which there seems to be no hope, no outlook for better things, if you're not getting what you want, though working hard for it, you are just as foolish as the prince who, believing that he was poor, lived like a pauper in the midst of his father's limitless wealth. You are the child of a father who has created abundance, limitless wealth for all of his children. But your pinched, limited, poverty-stricken thought shuts you out from all this abundance and keeps you in poverty. A Russian laborer named Mihawk, living in Omaha, Nebraska, had carried a luck stone in his pocket for 20 years, never guessing that it had any monetary value. Time and again friends, who thought that it might be more than an ordinary stone, suggested that he have it examined by a jeweler. He obstinately refused until, finally, they became so insistent that he sent the stone to a Chicago jeweler who pronounced it a pigeon-blood ruby, the largest of its kind in the world. It weighed 24 carats and was worth $100,000. The majority of people are in the position of a man who went out to water his garden, but inadvertently stepped on the hose, shutting off the water supply. Water was at the source in abundance, ready to supply his needs. Only one thing was at fault. The man himself was pinching his supply, limiting it to a miserable drizzle. He was standing on the hose and didn't know it. That is literally what all who are living in grinding poverty are doing. They are pinching their supply by stepping upon the hose through which plenty would come to them. Everything in man's life, everything in God's universe, is based upon principle, follows a divine law. And the law of prosperity and abundance is just as definite as the law of gravitation, just as unerring as the principles of mathematics. It is a mental law. Your mental attitude will be flung back to you every time, in kind. We are the creatures of our convictions. If we are convinced that we will always be poor, we will be. You can't get away from poverty when you don't expect to, when you don't believe that you are going to. It is not so much what you do with your hands as what you do with your mind that counts. Everything that has been accomplished by the hand or brain of man had its birth in the mind. A hard-working man who longs for prosperity but is headed in the other direction mentally, who doesn't believe he is going to be prosperous, is neutralizing his hard work by his negative, destructive thought. He is standing on the hose that connects with his supply. When you limit yourself in your thought, you are limiting yourself outwardly in a way which corresponds with your mental attitude, because you are obeying a law which is unchangeable. You will notice that the man who puts a nickel in the contribution box is not only stingy, close, and mean in all his money matters, but his face, his whole person, has a cramped, worried, pinched look. Our parsimonious thought pinches our supply. We often wonder why it is that certain people, in apparently no better circumstances than we are, get so much better things than we do. Why they always insist upon and receive the best of everything. We think they are extravagant when we compare what they pay for things with what we pay for things of the same kind, and we pride ourselves that we are economizing and saving what they are wasting. But are we? Prosperity flows only through channels that are wide open to receive it. It does not flow through channels pinched by the poverty thought, by discouragement, doubt, or fear, or by a strangling narrow-vision policy. If a great manufacturer like Henry Ford, a great merchant like John Wanamaker, a big railroad manager or other businessman, should lose his broad vision and wide outlook, should begin to skimp on necessary output, should substitute inferior goods and men and service for the best, should reverse his policy, changing from a broad, generous one to a narrow, stingy one, he would soon find his business dwindling away to nothing. There is no changing the principle of the law of supply. Whatever your business, your profession or occupation, or your circumstances, your mental attitude will determine your success or failure. A pinched mind means a pinched supply. It means that you try to tap the great fountainhead of supply with a gimlet and then expect to get an abundant supply. That is impossible. Your mental attitude gauges the how of your supply. Chapter 2. The Law of Attraction. By the law of affinity, you may know that your own is always seeking you, if you are seeking it with all your might, and are not driving it away with your doubts. John Burroughs thus beautifully expressed this: I rave no more 'gainst time or fate, for lo, my own shall come to me. Asleep, wake by night or day, the friends I seek are seeking me. What matter if I stand alone? I wait with joy the coming years. My heart shall reap where it hath sown. What is mine shall know my face. Nor time, nor space, nor deep, nor high can keep my own away from me. It was never intended that God's children should ever want for anything. We live in the very lap of abundance. The great cosmic universe is packed with beautiful, marvelous things, glorious riches ready for our use and enjoyment. Everything the human heart can crave, the great creative intelligence offers us. We can draw from this vast ocean of intelligence everything we wish. All that it is necessary for us to do is to obey the law of attraction, like attracts like. To realize prosperity and abundance does not depend upon man's own little brain, his own little one-sided efforts. It is a question of his making his mind a magnet to attract the things he wants, to attract his desires. It was intended that our longings, our yearnings, our legitimate desires should be satisfied, that our dreams should come true. It is our ignorance of the law that would bring our own to us which keeps it from us. When you were a boy experimenting with your little steel magnet, didn't you often try to make it pick up wood or rubber or some other substance different from itself? Of course you found it would not, because it had no affinity for things unlike itself. It would pick up a needle, but not a toothpick. In other words, you demonstrated the law that like attracts like. Not a day passes that we do not see this law demonstrated in human life, and sometimes the demonstrations are tragic. Only a short time ago, a little 8-year-old girl died from fright in a dentist's chair, where she had been placed to have a tooth extracted. Although the child knew nothing about the law, it worked just the same. And, like Job, the thing she feared had come to her. By the operation of the same law that draws to us disease and death, we draw to ourselves poverty or opulence, success or failure. The mind at any given time is a magnet for whatever thought dominates it, and we can determine what it shall attract. By concentrating upon a thing, you become a specialist in that line, and the law of attraction brings it to you. If you have a prosperity mental attitude, a vigorous faith that you are going to get away from poverty, and strive persistently to realize your vision, you will do so. That's the law. Oh, how often we make our mind a magnet to attract all sorts of enemy thoughts, poverty thoughts, fear thoughts, and worry thoughts, and then expect that a miracle will be performed, and that out of these negative causes we will enjoy positive results. No miracle could perform such a change as this. Results correspond with causes. Before we can be conquered by poverty, we must first of all be poor mentally. The acceptance of a poverty-stricken environment as an inevitable condition from which you cannot get away keeps you in the poverty current and draws more poverty to you. It is the operation of the same law which attracts a better environment to those who think abundance, who are convinced that they are going to be well off, and work confidently toward that end. Not the things we long for most, but our own, that which has lived in our thoughts and dominated our mental attitude, is what the law of attraction brings to us. It may be that this law has brought us the very things we hated and wanted to get rid of, but because we dwelt upon them, they formed the mental model, and the life processes built them into our lives by the very law that like attracts like. Until recently, many of us did not understand what Job meant when he said, "The thing which I greatly feared has come upon me." Now we know he expressed a psychological law as inexorable as the laws of mathematics. The things we have a horror of and want to flee from, we are really pursuing by our very fear of them, attracting them to ourselves, and turning our backs upon the very things we long for most. The saying, "Money attracts money," is only another way of stating the law. Like attracts like. The prosperous classes think prosperity, believe in it, work for it, never doubt their right to have all the money and the good things they need, and of course they get them. A Rockefeller, a Schwab uses this law in a masterly way to amass a large fortune. The newsboy uses the same law, selling his newspapers and climbing gradually to the mayoralty of his city or town. Many people wonder that bad men, wicked men, vicious men are successful in business, in amassing a fortune, while the good man, the upright man, doesn't seem to be able to make any headway. If they make an investment, they almost always lose. They buy in the wrong market or sell in the wrong market. A man's morals do not have anything specially to do with his money-making faculties, except that honesty is always the best business policy. It is a question of obeying the law of accumulation, the law that like attracts like. A very bad man may obey this law and accumulate a vast fortune. His other defects will not hinder the working of the law. The law is unmoral, neither moral nor immoral. Multitudes of people are attracting the wrong things because they do not know that whatever comes to us in life is largely a question of the kind of thoughts we hold in the mind. We can attract the thing we desire as easily as the thing we hate and long to get rid of. It is simply a matter of holding the image of the thing in the mind. That is the model the life processes will build into our environment. Like attracts like, failure more failure, poverty more poverty, hatred more hatred, envy more envy. Everything has power to attract its kind. The feeling of jealousy or hatred is a seed sown in the great cosmic soil about us, and the eternal laws return to us a harvest the same in kind. What we sow, we reap, just as the soil returns to us exactly what we put into it. Nothing has the power to reproduce anything but itself. The law cannot pity or help you any more than the law of electricity can when you abuse it. It will kill you if you break it. To worry about the things we do not want, or to fear that they will come to us, is but to invite them, because every impression becomes an expression unless neutralized by its opposite. If we think too much about our losses, our possible failure, these things will tend to bring us the very thing we are trying to get away from. On every hand, we see this law exemplified in the poverty-stricken multitudes who, through ignorance of it, keep themselves in their condition by saturating their minds with the poverty idea, fearing, dreading, and worrying about it. As long as people mentally see the hunger wolf at the door and the poorhouse ahead, they are headed toward these things, making it impossible for prosperity to come their way. The way to attract prosperity is to work in harmony with the law instead of against it, to believe with all your heart, no matter how present conditions may seem to contradict, that you are going to become prosperous, that you are already so. You cannot get it by doubting or fearing. It is a curious fact that many people think one must spend years as an apprentice to become expert in any line of endeavor, but that prosperity is largely a matter of chance, of fate, something which cannot be affected by anything they may do. They say, "I was not built that way. I am not a natural money-maker and never can be," or they excuse themselves on the ground that their parents were never money-makers and never did more than make a bare living. There is nothing peculiar about prosperity any more than there is about expertness in law or medicine. Its realization is purely a matter of concentration and preparation, of focusing all our powers upon the prosperity law in order to attract it. The law of prosperity is just as definite as the law of gravitation and works just as unerringly. Its first principle is mental. Wealth is created mentally first. It is thought out. before it becomes a reality. If you would attract success, keep your mind saturated with the success idea. When you think success, act it, live it, talk it. When it is in your bearing, then you are attracting it. Once we get this law of attraction thoroughly fixed in our minds, we will be careful about thinking, worrying, fearing, and dreading the things we do not want. We will hold the sort of thoughts that will attract the things we long for, not the things we dread and are trying to avoid. It is just as easy to attract what you want as to attract what you don't want. It is just a question of holding the right thought and making the right effort. There is no exception to the law of attraction any more than there is to the law of gravitation or the laws of mathematics. Chapter 3. Driving Away Prosperity. As long as you hold the poorhouse thought, you are heading toward the poorhouse. A pinched, stingy thought means a pinched, stingy supply. The man who sows failure thoughts, poverty thoughts, can no more reap success, prosperity harvests, than a farmer can get a wheat crop from sowing thistles. No matter how hard you may work, if you keep your mind saturated with poverty thoughts, poverty pictures, you are driving away the very thing you are pursuing. Stop thinking trouble if you want to attract its opposite. Stop thinking poverty if you wish to attract plenty. Refuse to have anything to do with the things you fear, the things you do not want. A man once told me that if he could be assured that he would never have to go to the poorhouse and that he would have the necessities of life for his family, he would be perfectly satisfied. He had always been a poor man, and he always expected to be poor, that his people before him had also been poor. Now, it was just this mental attitude, for he was a hard worker, of always expecting to be poor, that kept him from attracting prosperity. He had not expected prosperity, and, of course, could not attract what he did not expect. The good book tells us that the destruction of the poor is their poverty. The worst thing about poverty is the poverty thought, the poverty belief. Multitudes of people never expect to be comfortable, to say nothing of having the luxuries and refinements of life. They expect poverty, and they do not understand that this very expectancy increases the power of their mental magnet to attract want and limitation, that we always head towards our expectations and convictions. Poverty begins in the mind. The majority of poor people remain poor because they are mental paupers to begin with. They don't believe they are ever going to be prosperous. Go among the very poor in the slums and you will find them always talking poverty, bewailing their fate, their hard luck. They think of themselves as victims instead of victors, as conquered instead of conquerors. In every walk of life, we see men and women driving away the things they want. They go through life trying to build happy, prosperous, healthful lives out of negative, destructive thinking, always neutralizing the results of their hard work. They indulge in worries, in fears, and envies, and carry habitually a mental attitude which means destruction to health, growth, and creative possibility. Their lives are pitched to a minor key. The Morgans, the Wanamakers, the Marshall Fields, the Schwabs think prosperity, and they get it. They don't anticipate poverty. They don't anticipate failure. They know they are going to be prosperous and successful because they have eliminated all doubt from their minds. Doubt is the factor which kills success, just as the fear of failure kills prosperity. Everything is mental. First, whether failure or success, everything passes through our consciousness before it is a reality. Multitudes of people who work hard and try hard in every way to get on would be shocked if they could see a mental picture of themselves headed toward the poorhouse, as they actually are in thought. They do not know that their doubts and fears and poverty-stricken convictions are making prosperity impossible for them. The sum total of our life is that upon which we have concentrated. If poverty or opulence, if success or failure, if prosperity or want has occupied our minds, that is just what we shall see incorporated in our life. What you have, my friend, what you have surrounded yourself with, is a reproduction of your thought, your faith, your belief in your efforts, is what you have been conscious of. Our thoughts, our faith, our beliefs, our efforts, all materialize and are objectified about us. There is only one way to get away from poverty, and that is to turn your back upon it. Begin right away by putting the poverty thought, the poverty fear, out of your mind. Assume, as far as possible, a prosperous appearance. Think the way you want to go. Expect to get what you are after, and you will get it. Mentally and physically, in your clothing, in your surroundings, in your home, in your bearing, erase as far as you can all marks of poverty. Affirm with Wait Whitman, I myself am good fortune. Don't let slovenliness in your home, shabbiness in your children or wife be an unfavorable advertisement of you. The fear of poverty is its greatest power. That is what gives it its stranglehold on the masses. Get rid of your fear of it, my friend. If you have been unfortunate, don't advertise your discouragement. Brush up, brace up, dress up, clean up, and above all, look up and think up. Give an up look to your home, however humble. Remember that a stream of plenty will not flow towards a poverty-saturated thought. Thinking abundance, opulence, and defying limitations will open up the mind and set the thought currents towards greatly increased supply. The Creator never made a man to be poor. Man was made for prosperity, happiness, and success. He was not made to suffer any more than he was made to be insane or to be a criminal. Thousands of people have literally thought themselves away from a life of poverty by getting a glimpse of that great fundamental principle that we tend to realize in the life what we persistently hold in the thought and vigorously struggle toward. Lots of people who treat for prosperity and opulence hold the want thought, the lack thought too, and that is the reason their prayer is not answered. They get just the opposite because that is the thought, the expectation which predominates in the mind. Our conviction is much stronger than our willpower. No willpower can help you to do a thing when convinced that you can't. For instance, if you are convinced that a fatal disease which you believe you have inherited is overcoming you, this thought is infinitely stronger than your will to prevent it. We cannot get away from our convictions. If you are convinced that you are going to be poor, that you are never going to be prosperous, no matter how hard you may work, your convictions will triumph and you will live and die in penury. A man will never be anything but a beggar while he thinks beggarly thoughts. In my youth, one of the hardest things in the Bible for me to understand was the statement, "To him that hath shall be given." It seemed positively unjust, but now I know that it illustrates a law. To him that hath shall be given, because in getting what he has, a man has made his mind a magnet to attract more. On the other hand, to him that hath little, that which he hath shall be taken away, because he is headed in the wrong direction mentally. He is closing the avenues of supply by his little thoughts, his doubts, and fears. If you want to demonstrate prosperity, you must think prosperity. You must hold your mind everlastingly toward prosperity. You must saturate your mind with it, just as a law student must saturate his mind with law, must think it, must read it, must talk it, to be successful as a lawyer. It was intended that we should have an abundance of the good things of the universe. None of them are withheld from us except by our poverty-stricken mental attitude. There is no more possible lack for a human being of all that the heart can wish for than there is lack of water or food supply for the fish in the great ocean. The fish swims in the ocean of supply as we swim in the great cosmic ocean of supply that is all around us. All we have to do is to open our minds, our faith, our confidence to its reality and use our intelligent effort to get all the good there is in it. That is everything we need and desire. Chapter 4. Establishing the Creative Consciousness. The beginning of every achievement must be in your consciousness. We have unlimited power, boundless resources in the great within of us, but until we awaken to a consciousness of this hidden power, those invisible resources, we cannot use them. The consciousness of power creates power. What we are conscious of, we already possess. In proportion to the intensity, the persistence, the vividness, the definiteness of your consciousness of the thing you want, do you begin to create it, to attract it? The Creator puts no limit to our supply. There is no limitation of anything we need except in our own consciousness. The great trouble with those of us living in a world of unfulfilled desires is that we do not hold the right consciousness. Dr. Perry Green says that Job's lament, "The thing which I feared is come upon me," should be changed to, "The thing which I was greatly conscious of is come upon me." In other words, it is the thing we hold in our consciousness that comes out of the invisible world of realities and takes visible form in our lives, according to its nature, poverty or prosperity, health or disease, happiness or misery. The whole secret of individual growth and development is locked up in our consciousness, for this is the door of life itself. Every experience, whether of joy or sorrow, of health or disease, of success or failure, must come through our consciousness. You cannot have what you are not conscious of, nor do what you are not conscious of being able to do. In short, it is an immutable law that whatever you hold in mind, believe that you can do or get, is the thing that will manifest itself in your life. The thing that Job held in his consciousness was the thing that came upon him. Joan of Arc saved her country because from childhood she held the consciousness that she had been born to do that very thing. This poor, unlettered peasant girl knew nothing about the great law of mental attraction, but unconsciously she worked with it. It is the victorious consciousness that achieves victory in every age and in every field. After many years' study of successful men, I have found that those who win out in a large way are great believers in themselves, in their power to succeed. Great artists, scientists, inventors, and businessmen who have done the biggest things in their specialty have always held the victorious consciousness. Success was the goal they constantly visualized, and they never wavered in their conviction that they would reach it. Men fail not because of lack of ability, but because they do not hold the victorious consciousness, the success consciousness. They do not live in the expectancy of winning. They live rather in the expectation of possible failure, in fear of poverty, and they get what they habitually dwell upon. The pinched, fear-filled consciousness that expects stingy returns and does not believe it will get anything better is responsible for more poverty than any other one thing. Our consciousness is a part of our creative force. It puts the mentality in a position to attract its affinity, that which is like itself. A penury consciousness cannot demonstrate a fortune. A failure consciousness cannot demonstrate success. It would be against the law. You feel, perhaps, that some invisible force, some cruel fate or destiny is holding you back. But it is not fate or destiny, it is your discouraged mental attitude, the unfortunate consciousness you have been holding for years. While you were trying to build on the material plane, you were neutralizing your efforts by constantly tearing down on the mental plane, obeying the negative law which destroys and blights, instead of the positive law that creates, builds, and glorifies life, all of life and its achievements, its possibilities, depend upon our consciousness, and we can develop any sort of consciousness we wish. The great musician has developed a musical consciousness of which most of us are ignorant, because we are not conscious of this mode of activity. The mathematician, the writer, the physician, the specialist in whatsoever line has developed a particular consciousness and realizes its fruits. He manifests and enjoys a special power, just in proportion as he has developed his specialty consciousness. What sort of consciousness do you want to develop? What do you want to get? To do, to become. Make yourself very positive on this point, for the first step toward the development of a new consciousness is to get a thorough grip upon your purpose, to get a picture of it firmly fixed in your mind, and to make it dominant in your thoughts and acts. This is how the successful lawyer at the start develops a law consciousness, the successful physician, a medical consciousness, the successful businessman, a business consciousness. It is of the utmost importance to get started right, because whatever the consciousness you develop, your mind will attract that which has an affinity for it. The next thing is to establish the conviction that you can achieve whatever you desire. This is a tremendous step in the way of accomplishment, for conviction is stronger than willpower. You may will ever so hard to do a thing, but if you are convinced that you can't do it, the conviction of your inability will prevail over your willpower. This is what has enabled so many poor boys and girls to climb to high place and power in spite of all sorts of obstacles. They were so thoroughly conscious of their ability to do the thing they wanted to do, and so convinced that they could do it, that nothing could hold them back. Some time ago, a friend of mine saw a small, delicate woman leap over a 6-bar gate when frightened by the sudden approach of a cow, which she mistook for a bull. He said she could no more have done this under ordinary conditions than she could have lifted a corner of her house from its foundations. But she thought her life was in peril, and, in her great extremity, she became for a moment conscious of the power within. It was the only means of escape in sight, and with the aroused consciousness of the latent power within her, she cleared the gate without difficulty. Again and again, unusual emergencies give us a fleeting consciousness of our vast reserve powers, but we don't continue to make the demand on them, and our measureless resources remain untouched. Emerson says, "Every soul is not only the inlet, but may become the outlet of all that is in God." The consciousness of this great truth is the secret of all power. It is the full realization of our connection with the source of all there is that enables us to use the vast powers that are within us, always at our command, waiting to accomplish our ends. There is no limitation of anything we need except in our own consciousness. That is the door, which, according to its quality, shuts us off from, or admits us to, the great storehouse of infinite supply. The pinched, stingy consciousness never gets in touch with this supply. It is the man who has faith in his own power to meet whatever demands life may make upon him, who spends his last dollar fearlessly because he knows the law of supply that gets on and up in the world. But the one who hoards his last dollar in fear and trembling, who always carries in his mind a vivid picture of the wolf at the door, never conquers poverty, because he never gets the prosperity consciousness. A wonderful uplift and courage comes to the man who follows the aspiring tendency in his nature that bids him trust and look up, no matter how dark the outlook. Faith in the power that orders all things well tells him there is a silver lining to the black cloud, and he goes serenely on, feeling confident that his plans will succeed. His is the consciousness that assures him, no matter what happens, that God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. If you keep this one thing in mind, that we are always manifesting in our lives the conditions we hold in our consciousness, you will not make the mistake millions make today, manifesting the things they don't want instead of the things they want. We will hold constantly in mind the consciousness of our ambition, the consciousness of our heart's longings, our soul's desires. We will hold the truth consciousness, the God consciousness, the harmony consciousness, the opulent consciousness, and then we shall really begin to live. Then life will mean something more to all of us than it now does to most of us, a mere struggle for existence. Chapter 5, where prosperity begins. Whatever we visualize intensely and persistently and backed by intelligent effort, we tend to create, vitalize into form, to build into the life. It is in the unseen world that man, animated and inspired by the consciousness of his partnership with divinity, is beginning to find some of the secrets of the universe, lifting the race from animalism and drudgery, changing the face of the world, pushing civilization up to new and more glorious heights. The invisible world about us is packed with infinite possibilities, awaiting our thought seed, our desire seed, our ambition seed, our aspiration seed, our prosperity and success seed, backed by our effort on the material plane to make them manifest in the forms upon which we concentrate. There is no lack of anything we need on God's earth, any more than there is a lack of sunshine. Who would think of complaining that the sun refuses to shine on him, that its rays will not bring his crops to maturity? There is no lack of sunshine, but we can cut ourselves off from it if we choose to live in the shadows, in the dark cellar, where the sun cannot enter. During his lecture tour in the United States, the great scientist, Sir Oliver Lodge, speaking on the reality of the unseen, said, "Our senses are no criterion of existence. They were evolved for earthly reasons, not for purposes of philosophy. And if we refuse to go beyond the direct evidence of our senses, we shall narrow our outlook on the universe to a hopeless and almost imbecile extent." It is the most difficult thing in the world to convince people of the reality of anything they cannot perceive through the senses. Yet, the realest things we know anything about are invisible. And right here lies the great difficulty for most people in getting away from poverty and the things that are holding them back. They can't see beyond the present. They haven't learned to visualize the future, to see beyond the material things about them into the unseen world, packed with all creative energies, where the mind starts the creative processes. They do not realize that everything in the visible world that man has produced began in a mental vision, that the power of mind picturing is God's priceless gift to man, to enable him to bring into visibility out of the invisible world whatever he wills. Anyone who knows how to use this marvelous power can begin now to visualize his future, to see himself as he would like to be, occupying the position he aspires to, and thus he will draw to himself the means necessary to build, step by step, the future as he sees it in his vision. By its aid, we can bring ourselves out of a poverty-stricken, discordant environment into harmonious conditions with the refinements and, if we will, the luxuries of life, or we may pervert it and hold ourselves in degrading lack and poverty, held back from self-development and the joys of living. The vital substance from which man fashions circumstances, destiny, is in the unseen world where all potencies and power dwell, the forces we cannot see, hear, or touch, and appreciate only as we feel their effects. Yet we know they are great realities. Gravitation, which holds the heavenly bodies in their orbits, keeping the world so marvelously balanced in space, revolving at terrific speed around the sun without varying in its course the fraction of a second in 1,000 years, is an invisible force. Because we cannot see or taste or handle it, shall we say it is not a reality? We can see and feel the effects of electricity, but who knows what this invisible force is? The Edisons, the Bells, the Marconis have found out certain laws governing it, through which we get heat, energy, and light. It carries our messages under oceans and across continents, and has already done away with a large part of the drudgery of the world. This mighty force which he used in his thousands of inventions, Edison confesses he knows nothing about. He stands in awe of it, and regards himself merely as a channel through which some of its secrets have been passed along to man. It is nonsense for skeptics and materialists to say that they take no stock in anything they cannot test with their senses, when the very force that nourishes and keeps alive the material part of us is invisible. We cannot see the life-building gases in the air we breathe, yet we take it into our body 18 or 20 times a minute, and we know we could not live a minute without it. Science has not been able to uncover the secrets of the unseen forces everywhere at work in the universe. Who can explain the mystery of the unfolding bud, the expanding flower, the marvelous beauty of the rose? Yet we know there is reality back of them, an intelligence which plans and shapes them, and that they are the creations of divine mind. Scientists are demonstrating that there is but one substance, one eternal force or essence in the universe, of which all we see is a varying expression, just as electricity is a manifestation of force in various forms. We think we live in a material world, but in reality, we live in a mental world, a world of externalized thought, controlled and guided by invisible forces. We contact material things only at a few points in our lives. We live, move, and have our being in the unseen. When we come to the reality of ourselves, the soul, the spirit of man, which is one with God, we live altogether in an invisible world. The real self is the acting self. The man whose reflection we see in the mirror is but the shadow of the reality. The material body of flesh and blood is not the real man. That is, back of the cell, back of the atoms, back of the electrons which make up the body. The new philosophy is going back of appearance to show us the real man, the invisible man, one with his Creator. The impotent, ailing man, the discouraged, complaining being, the failure, is not the man God made, but the unreal creature that wrong thinking, wrong living, and unfortunate motives have made, the victim of his passions, his moods, his ignorance of the great eternal verities of life. We all learned as children that man is made in God's image and likeness. The new philosophy urges us to act on this truth, to see with the inner eye the real man, strong, vigorous, robust, with godlike powers and qualities, with no suggestion of failure, weakness, or sickness about him. He is perfect, immortal, unchangeable as truth itself. No matter what his conditions or circumstances, the divinity in him is still intact, still stamped with nobility, with health, with prosperity, for God's image and likeness is perfect, immortal. When man realizes the tremendous significance of the reality of the unseen, when he grasps the truth of his unity with his Maker, the unity of the oneness of the source of all things in the universe, and that all is a manifestation of divine mind, he will come into possession of the illimitable power the Creator has implanted in every one of us. When Christ emphasized the fact that the kingdom of heaven is within us, he meant that this kingdom within is identical with the divine mind, and that it is there man taps the source of all power, of all supply. It is there he connects with the universal substance, the great creative energy, and thought is the invisible tool with which he fashions his creations, directing and controlling according to his desires. It finds its material in the unseen world, And in proportion as the mind grasps the reality of the unseen, the power and the possibilities are there. All the powers in the great cosmic intelligence are constantly working on the thoughts and desires of men. There is no favoritism in the unseen realities. The thoughts of the meanest man on earth are treated in precisely the same way as those of the noblest. Just as the sun and the rain give their potencies to the poor farmer and the good one alike, so the thief and the murderer have the same material to work in as the just man and the nobly successful, who are uplifting the race and making the world a better place to live in. In other words, the creative force of thought puts an invincible power into man's hands, makes him a creator, the molder of his destiny. We cannot think without creating, for every thought is a seed planted in the universal substance. It will produce something like itself. You and I can sow in the invisible constructive thoughts, thoughts of love, of health, of prosperity, of success in our chosen work. Or we can sow destructive thoughts, thoughts of hatred, of disease, of failure, of poverty. And one thing is certain, whatever we sow, we shall reap. That is the law, and there is no escape from it. Most of the poverty, disease, failure, and unhappiness in the world come from ignorance of the law. These things do not fit God's plan for His children. The Father never intended that we should wear ourselves out in drudgery, in unhappiness, in failure, in poverty, in constant anxiety and fear. The specter of disease and the wolf at the door are our own creations. They exist only in our minds. But as long as we visualize them, fear them, they will become real for us and manifest themselves in our lives. Health, abundance, success, happiness, a glorious, joyful living. These are the things the Creator intended for all His children. But most of us drive them from us by our false, pessimistic thinking, and then whine about fate and hard luck, when just the reverse is true. If you are poor, ailing, and unsuccessful, you are working against the law. And until you work with it, you will continue to be poor, ailing, and unsuccessful. Why not begin now to make the unseen forces your friends instead of your enemies by turning your back on disease and poverty and failure and continually holding the health and abundance thought, saying to yourself, I am the child of the author of health, joy, and abundance. I am the child of the all-supply. Health and success continually flow to me from the all-supply, which is the source of my being. Nothing but my own wrong thinking can cut off my supply, the health, success, and happiness that are my birthright. I claim my inheritance from my Father now. I am health, I am success, I am happiness, I am free now and forever from all that would hinder the realization of the ambitions the Father Himself has implanted in me. This is my appointed work. To carry out the details of His plan for me is to realize my ambitions. I am working in partnership with Him, and I cannot fail. My future is secure. I will go straight on, fearing nothing, for there is nothing to fear when I know that God is all, and that I am one with Him. No matter what your present circumstances and environment, if you hold fast to this mental attitude, to a firm belief in the reality of the unseen, where your supply is, and work in harmony with the law, you can, through the creative power of thought, acting on the invisible universal substance, fashion and draw out of the unseen realms of supply whatever you will: knowledge, wisdom, power, health, wealth, happiness, success, the realization of all your hopes and visions. Chapter 6. If you can finance yourself, beware of little extravagances. A small leak will sink a big ship. Franklin. Debt is like any other trap, easy enough to get into it, but hard enough to get out. Shaw. The improvident man is a liability to the concern in which he is employed, the community in which he lives, his family, and himself. A little money in the bank is a great friend both in time of need and in time of opportunity. Many people completely fail in life or are forced to live in mortifying poverty, to struggle along perhaps under the curse of debt, miserable and handicapped all their lives because they never learned how to finance themselves. There is nothing more important to a human being than to be able not only to earn his living, but also to know how to use his money to the best advantage. For on this depends his power to make himself independent and consequently to do his best work in the world. Every child should be taught how to finance himself. He should know how to handle money. If we do not teach our children to know what money means, how can we expect them to show wisdom in handling money in their maturity? The average man does not use anything like the good judgment, the good sense in spending, in investing his money, which he does in earning it. A self-made millionaire tells me that not more than 3 men out of 100 who have made money are able to hold on to it. Multitudes of men die without an independence, without a home, without even having been able to support themselves. I am constantly running across men in middle life or later who have worked hard for many years and tried to get on, but they have nothing to show for it, have nothing laid by. They have no ready cash to enable them to avail themselves of opportunities and no good, solid investments. They are like the frog in the well, which keeps jumping up only to fall back again to the bottom from where it started. There is no other one thing which will mean quite so much to you in afterlife, my young friend, as learning the art of handling money and knowing how to finance yourself wisely. If you cannot do this, you will always be an easy mark for any smooth and oily promoter that happens along. Money is the slipperiest stuff in the world. The majority of people can't hold on to it any more than they could hold on to an eel or a greased pig. It slips through their fingers and disappears through all sorts of leaks of the pocketbook. Scores of men can make money where only one can hold on to it. There is always somebody who needs money, always some temptation to spend it. Most people take too much risk with the money they have. They are too greedy, too anxious to keep it at work. They dislike having a dollar on hand that is not earning something, and so they often make the most foolish investments. There is one man of my acquaintance who has been in hot water most of his life because of this. He never has ready cash for any unusual opportunity or emergency. He cannot bear to keep money lying idle. It must be doing something. So he puts it into anything that offers. And then when good chances come, he can't avail himself of them, because his money is tied up in some wildcat scheme. Don't take chances with your little savings, is the advice of level-headed experts in financial matters. There is nothing like taking a stand in your early career only to invest in sound, solid, substantial things. The rich man can afford to take chances because if he loses, he does not feel it. But you can't afford it. Go slow. The gambling instinct, the effort to make a fortune quickly, a lot of money with a little investment, is the cause of more unhappiness, of the poverty condition in more homes than anything else I know of. One of the first steps in financing yourself properly is to keep a personal cash account. This is one of the best educators and teachers of economy and system. It will mean a competence in later life when otherwise there would have been none. However you make your living, whether your income be small or large, you will always be placed at a disadvantage unless you know how to finance yourself successfully. This is not to be close, mean, or stingy, but to know how to make the most out of your income, not to expend the margin you should save in silly extravagances or to make foolish investments. There is one thing that should be indelibly impressed upon every youth's mind, and that is the tragic consequences of debt, especially when incurred in her early life. It has ruined many of the most promising careers. The youth should be taught that his unclouded enthusiasm and his zeal are very precious assets, and that nothing will kill these more effectively than the consciousness of being keyed hand and foot by the curse of debt. The youth should be taught that to mortgage his future prospects would be fatal. I have known quite a number of very promising young men to run in debt for automobiles. Many men have even mortgaged their little homes in order to get an automobile, trying to justify themselves by what it would mean to the health and pleasure of their wife and children. Of course, it would mean a lot to them, but on the other hand, to a young man who is just starting out for himself, the purchasing of that which he cannot afford may handicap him for many years. I know a man who has literally lived in shame for many years because of early debts which he contracted when he had good credit. When he lost his business, he had to struggle with this debt until the interest doubled and trebled and sometimes quadrupled. Nothing could have persuaded him to put his head in such a noose if he had realized what the result would be. To be broke is bad, says Dr. Frank Crane. It's worse. It's a crime. It's still worse, for it's silly. Crimes can be pardoned and sins forgiven, but for the plumb fool there is no hope. Now, the young man who puts nothing by for a rainy day or an emergency is a plumb fool, and there are so many of them. As the late Marshall Field said, the present-day tendency to live beyond their incomes brings disaster to thousands. Many people live beyond their means because they cannot bear to have other people think that they cannot afford this and cannot afford that they cannot keep up appearances, their social standing. But it is better to be unpopular than to be embarrassed. Better to be unpopular than to be in a hole, as someone suggests. I am your best friend in time of need. I am the oil that smooths the troubled waters of life. I straighten out difficulties and remove obstacles that will yield to nothing else. I impart a consciousness of power that makes multitudes who otherwise would cringe and crawl, hold up their heads and carry themselves with dignity. I am a shock absorber for the jolts of life, a buffer between you and the rough knocks of the world. Multitudes have spent their declining years in homeless wretchedness, or eked out a miserable existence in humiliating dependence on the grudging charity of relatives. while other multitudes have died in the poorhouse because they failed to make friends with me in their youth. I am a little ready cash. Chapter 7. How to increase your ability. Our ability is as sensitive to our moods, our feelings, our mental attitudes, as the mercury is to the changes of the weather, or a weather vane is to the currents of air. The perpetual taunting and haunting of unsatisfied ambition. The consciousness that one has the ability to do the bigger thing, but is obliged to do the lesser, because one did not early in life persist in following the path that led to the bigger. To feel cramped and limited in a little 7-by-9 situation in middle life or later, when one knows that he has the natural ability to fill an infinitely bigger place, is a hell on earth. Hope is self-confidence, assurance, faith in one's mission, enthusiasm in one's work, optimism, courage. Joy open up the ability, accordion wonderfully. Fear, anger, envy, prejudice, jealousy, worry, smallness, meanness, selfishness, close it. Happiness in our work is a tremendous enlarger of ability, for confidence gives a marvelous impetus to initiative and executive ability. A prominent businessman says that the best contract he ever got was one he lost. Why? Because it set him to investigating himself, to finding the weak places in himself and in his business methods. It was the lost contract that led him to the discovery that he was not using more than half the ability he actually possessed. Most people rob themselves of success and fortune by mistaken ideas about their ability. They are like a young stenographer who told me that if she had the ability to become an expert in her line, she would go to evening school and study nights. But as she was sure that she had only a moderate share of ability, she was convinced that there was no use in trying, and that she must be satisfied with an ordinary position. She believed that her ability was a fixed quantity, something she could not change any more than she could change the color of her hair or of her eyes. Nothing could be farther from the truth, for human ability is a very variable and elastic quantity. It can be expanded almost indefinitely or contracted in a great many ways. It is like an accordion, which the player sometimes draws out to its full extent and again closes completely. You can close up your accordion by wrong thinking, until but a mere fraction of your possible ability is available, or you can open it up by right thinking and make every bit of it count in making your work, your life, a grand success. Multitudes of people go through life with their actual ability so cramped by their negative, destructive mental attitude that they make but a small percentage of it count in their life work. It doesn't matter what amount of natural ability you have, if it is bottled up by your pessimism and your cowardice, it is useless to you. If you had a valuable gold mine on your property, and instead of clearing away all obstructions to get at the ore, you should add a lot more, your gold mine wouldn't add one particle to your available wealth. Potentially, you had an immense fortune, but so far as you were concerned, it might just as well not be there, for you derived no benefit from gold you could not get at. It is just the same with your ability. Many of us think if we only had some other person's talent or opportunities, if we only had the advantages of some other fellows near us, if only we were superbly equipped with facilities for our particular work, that we would do wonderful things. Now, The Creator never sent anyone into this world without equipping him with just the tools required for the job he meant him to do. He didn't sharpen the tools for us, because if he had done that, he would have deprived us of the very thing that is designed for our expansion and growth. It is by overcoming obstacles and always reaching up to the attainment of our highest ideal that day by day we unfold layer after layer of the wealth of ability that is enfolded in every human being. Helen Keller is perhaps one of the most remarkable examples the world has ever seen of the power of the determined soul to overcome everything that stands in the way of its complete development. Deaf, dumb, and blunt at the age of 18 months, what opportunity was there for a human being so handicapped to do anything of value in the world? Yet, out of her world of darkness, the indomitable spirit within evolved a being of such remarkable ability and power that there are few today who are rendering greater service to humanity than this woman who was hopelessly handicapped at the outset of life. She is a wonderful illustration of the truth that there is no limit to man's development and no insuperable obstacles except those he himself puts in his way. The eagle is the mightiest and most powerful of all the feathered tribe. It can fly higher and remain longer on the wing than any other bird. Yet, if this monarch of the air were held captive, tied by one of its feet to a huge ball or heavy weight, it could not fly as high as a barnyard fowl. No matter how strong its natural instincts to soar into the heavens, it could not move from the earth. Now, like the eagle, man was made to fly high, to do great things, but multitudes of people spend their lives doing little things instead of the big things they are capable of doing because of something which chains their ability and holds them down in an inferior position. Love of ease enchained their faculties and held them prisoners until their ambition died and they lost even their desire to fly. There is a constant leakage of energy and vital force which makes their ability unavailable. Others are held down by character traits which handicap all their success qualities and neutralize their efforts to advance. A quick temper, a jealous, envious disposition, lack of self-confidence, and timidity act like weights in holding them down when they are eager to go up higher. Every fit of the blues, every unhappy thought, every feeling of discouragement, every doubt, every fear is a crippler of ability. When we are out of sorts, blue, discouraged, full of doubt and anxiety, our ability is very much contracted. When our minds are harmonious, not anxious or worried about anything, it is enormously expanded. It is safe to say 9/10 of our ability's availability depends upon our state of mind. We all know how it is enlarged by a sublime self-confidence and how it is contracted by self-depreciation and timidity. You know how much bigger a man you are, how much more capable of planning and doing things when your courage is up and you believe in yourself than when you are blue and discouraged. Make this your habitual state of mind and your ability will always be available, always at its maximum. On the other hand, hold a poor opinion of yourself, refuse to assume responsibility, always berate yourself and belittle your powers. And if you had the natural ability of a Plato, you would never amount to anything. Others with half their natural ability forge ahead, make fortunes, attain places of power and influence, while they remain in poverty and obscurity. Everywhere in life, the timid, self-effacing man is placed at a tremendous disadvantage. Lacking self-confidence and the courage to demonstrate his ability to the world, he will not win out in anything in a large way. His mean opinion of himself will neutralize a large percentage of his real ability. Every man has more ability than he thinks he has, more than he ever uses ordinarily. Under the impulse of a strong motive or a great responsibility thrust upon us, in a situation where we must either sink or swim, there isn't one among us that wouldn't respond to the demand and unfold an amount of ability which we never before dreamed we possessed. Some men's ability lies so deep that they are never at their best except in a great crisis. Then the giant in them is unshackled, and great powers, of which they themselves were ignorant, are unlocked within them. Responsibility is a great ability developer. We often see a good example of this when a young man is taken into partnership in a large concern. His initiative, his executive force, his courage are so strengthened by the stimulus of promotion that he goes ahead and does things that he did not dream he could ever accomplish when he was an employee. Taking him into partnership did not add to his latent ability at all, but it gave him more confidence in himself. And being put on his mettle to make good in the new position compels him to draw on his ability to the limit. Never sidestep a responsibility. It is throwing away an opportunity to enlarge your ability. If an Edison should invent an instrument by means of which it would be possible for men and women to increase their natural ability 50%, there is no price we would not be willing to pay for such an instrument. Yet there isn't a man or woman, a boy or girl living today who can't do this by right thinking, facing life the right way, and using the opportunities that are at hand. Right where you are, no matter what your environment, whatever your disadvantages or handicaps, you have enough ability to make you a success in whatever you desire to do, to lift you out of lack and poverty and make you a millionaire. Expand your ability. Do everything that will enable you to stretch your accordion to its limit, and you will be amazed at what you can accomplish. Chapter 8. Look like a success. You have no more right to go about among your fellows with a vinegar expression in your face, radiating mental poison, spreading the germs of doubt, fear, discouragement, and despondency among them, than you have to inflict bodily injuries on them. To be a conqueror in appearance, in one's bearing, is the first step toward success. Walk, talk, and act as though you were a somebody, and you are much more likely to become such. Never show the world a gloomy, pessimistic face, which is an admission that life has been a disappointment to you instead of a glorious triumph. When a man feels like a king, he will look kingly, majesty, more regal than ever. Sat on a throne will look out of his face when he has learned how to claim and express the divinity of his birthright. When Frank A. Vanderlip, former president of the National City Bank, New York, was a reporter on the Chicago Tribune, he asked his chief to tell him what he thought would be the greatest help to a man struggling to succeed. "Look as if you had already succeeded," was the prompt reply. This made a great impression upon young Vanderlip and completely changed some of his ideas on the subject, especially in regard to dress. He became convinced that if a man did not look prosperous, people would think he did not have the right ambition or the ability to succeed. Charles W. Eliot, President Emeritus of Harvard, said that much of one's success would depend on others' opinion of him, of those to whom he, perhaps, had never spoken a word, had never even seen. It is a great thing to form a habit of going through the world giving the impression to everybody that you are a winner, that you are bound to be somebody, to stand for something worthwhile in the world. Let everything about you make the world say, "He is a winner, keep your eye on him." If you are anxious to win out in a large way, cultivate the bearing of success, the appearance of a successful man. The world takes you at your own valuation. If you assume the victorious attitude toward it, it will give you the right of way. A great physician or lawyer gets his reputation largely from the impression which he makes upon people, not only in the way he performs the duties of his profession, but also in his general attitude. The victorious attitude inspires confidence in others as well as in oneself. Walk, talk, and act as though you were already the man you long to be, and you are unconsciously putting into operation unseen forces that bend circumstances to the accomplishment of your will. Put energy and life into your step. Look straight forward, never wince. Don't apologize for taking up room on the earth which might be filled to better advantage by another. You have just as much right here as any other human being if you are making good. And if you're not making good, you should be. No matter what comes to you, defeat, threatened failure, never lose your victorious consciousness. Let people read this declaration in your bearing, in your life generally. I am a winner. I have not shown the white feather. I have not shirked. I have done my part. I have not been a sneak. I have not been a thief or a cheat, wearing and using what others have earned and giving nothing back in return. I have done my part and can hold up my head and look the world in the face. The more trying your situation, the harder the way looks to you, the darker the outlook, the more necessary it is to carry that victorious consciousness. If you carry the down and out expression, if you confess by your very face that you are beaten or that you expect to be, you are a goner. Have faith in your God-given power to succeed in a worthy ambition. Concentrate your efforts on its realization, and nothing on earth can keep you back from success. The conviction that you are born to win is a tremendous creative force in your life, just as the conviction that you are a failure will keep you down till you change the model of yourself. Life is not a losing game. It is always victorious when properly played. It is the players who are at fault. God did not make a man to be a failure. He made him to be a glorious success. The great trouble with all failures is that they were not started right. It was not drilled into the very texture of their being in youth that what they would get out of life must be created mentally first, and that inside the man, inside the woman, is where the great creative processes of all that we realize in our careers are carried on. If they could once get a glimpse of their own possibilities and would assume the victorious, the triumphant attitude, they would revolutionize the world. How many people form the chronic habit of indulging in frequent fits of depression? They allow the blues an easy entrance to their minds and are susceptible to every form of discouragement that comes along. As a result, their work is poor and ineffective, and they do not attract the things they desire. Every time you give way to discouragement, you are going backward. Your destructive thoughts are tearing down what you have been trying to build. Saturate your mind with hope, the expectation of better things, with the belief that your dreams are coming true. Don't let the enemies of your success and happiness dominate in your mind, or they will bring to you the condition that they represent. Set your character and your whole life towards triumph, towards victory. Go boldly, go serenely, go augustly. Who can withstand thee then? I know of nothing that gives more satisfaction than the consciousness that we have formed the habit of winning, the habit of victory, of walking, acting, talking, looking like a winner, a conqueror. One of the most obstinate habits to overcome in mature life, and one fatal to efficiency, is the habit of being defeated. You may learn a lesson from every defeat that will make a new stepping stone to your ambition. Success is every human being's normal condition. He was made for success. He is a success machine, and to be a failure is to pervert the intention of his Creator. Every youth should be taught to assume a triumphant attitude toward life, to carry himself like a winner, because he was made to win. The habit of winning out in whatever we undertake can be formed almost as easily as the habit of being defeated, and every victory helps us to win other victories. From the cradle, a child should be taught that he is divine, a God in the making, and that he should hold up his head and go forth with confidence, because he is destined for something superb. Teach the child that he came to the earth with a message for mankind, and that he should deliver it like an ambassador. Show him that wrestling with difficulties is like practicing in a gymnasium, where every victory over his muscles makes him so much stronger, and makes the next attempt so much surer and easier. Let him fully understand that every problem solved in school, every errand promptly and courteously performed, every piece of work superbly done, is just so much more added to his winning power. The great prizes of life are for the courageous, the dauntless, the self-confident. The man who is timid and hesitating, who stops to listen to his fears, lets many a good opportunity pass beyond his reach. If you find you're inclined to be timid, if you lack courage and initiative, if you're too bashful to speak or express your opinions when it is desired, if you blush and stammer and are awkward when you would appear calm and self-possessed, you can overcome your defects and build up the qualities you lack by training your subjective self to be courageous, unembarrassed, at your ease in any surroundings. Assert that you're brave, that you're not afraid to do anything that it is right and proper you should do. You must not go about as though life had been a disappointment, as though you had no special ambition in life. If you want to stand for anything unusual, if you want to carry weight in the world, you must brace up in every respect. Don't go about like a failure, like a nobody in a sloppy, slovenly way. Dress up, brace up, look up, struggle up. Let the world see as you walk about that you think well of yourself and that there is a reason for it. Let people see that you are conscious you are on a superb mission, playing a superb part in the great life game. You will soon begin to see the thing you are looking for instead of the thing you are afraid of, and will find your dreams coming true. Chapter 9. How to make your dreams come true. Our heart longings, our soul aspirations, our prophecies, predictions, forerunners of realities. They are indicators of our possibilities, of the things we can accomplish. The moment you resolve to make your life dream come true, you have taken the first step towards its realization. But you will stop there if your efforts cease. Keeping right after your ideals, nursing your visions, and striving with all your might to match them with reality. This is what makes life count. Our dreaming capacity gives us a peep into the glorious realities that await us further on. Dreams are true. When Gordon A. Selfridge, former manager of the Marshall Field Company, went to London and there established a great department store of the Marshall Field type, he only took the final step in the realization of a dream which he had nursed for years. He had built it mentally before he crossed the Atlantic, and already in his mind's eye saw it a marvelous success. I pictured the great crowds of customers headed toward my new store, he said, and could see it full of eager buyers long before I went to England. From the time the idea took form in his mind, Mr. Selfridge kept visualizing the completed structure and would not let it be shattered by doubts, fears, or the well-meant advice of friends who warned that the English people were too slow to new ideas for him to succeed there. He believed that the methods which had proved so successful in the United States would also succeed in England. The amazing popularity of the Selfridge department store is but another proof that the dreamer who dreams and sees visions is always wiser than and always ahead of the so-called practical ones who discourage him and try to turn him aside from his vision. The men and women who, in all ages, have done great things in the world have always been dreamers, have always seen visions, and pictured their dreams as realities long before they were able to work them out and make them realities. Columbus, Fulton, and Edison, and all the great discoverers and inventors who have pushed the world forward have visualized their dreams and nursed their visions through long years of poverty, persecution, and ridicule, until they brought their dreams to earth and made them realities. They build castles in the air, but they put the solid foundation of reality under them. When Lillian Nordica was a poor girl, singing in the little church choir in her native village in Maine, when even her own people thought it a disgrace for a girl to appear on the stage, she was picturing herself a great prima donna singing before vast audiences in her own country, in foreign capitals, and before the crowned heads of Europe. When young Henry Clay was practicing oratory before the domestic animals in a Virginia barnyard, he visualized himself swaying vast audiences by his eloquence. When the young John Wanamaker was delivering clothing in a pushcart in Philadelphia, he saw himself as the proprietor of a much larger establishment. with immense shares in the world's leading capitals. Young Charles M. Schwab pictured himself a partner in the steel world even as an ordinary employee, and when working at the Homestead plant, told Mr. Carnegie that what he wanted was not more salary, but to be a partner in the concern. Now, this sort of visualizing is not mere vanity or petty egotism. It is the God urge in men pushing them out beyond themselves to better things. The Scriptures tell us that without a vision, the people perish. I have never known a man to do anything out of the common who did not keep clearly in his mind the vision of the particular thing he was trying to accomplish. It is the man who sees power, opulence, and success where others see only failure and limitation, who eventually pushes to the top and wins out. It was this sort of vision that made James J. Hill the great empire builder of the Northwest. His dream of a system of railroads that would make the desert blossom like a rose was laughed at as a visionary scheme by many of those who were working for him when he died. Many people seem to think that the imagination or visualizing faculty is a sort of appendix to the brain, not a fundamental or necessary part of man, and they have never taken it very seriously. But those of us who have studied mental laws know that it is one of the most important functions of the mind. We are beginning to discover that the power to visualize is a sort of advance courier, making announcement of the things that the Creator has qualified us to bring about. A youth whose bent is entirely in another direction is not haunted by an architectural vision, an art vision, or a mercantile vision for which he has no natural affinity. We dream a particular dream, see a particular vision, because we have the talent and the special ability to bring the dream into reality. I do not mean by dreams and visions the mere fantasies, the vague, undefined thoughts that flit through the mind, but our real heart longings, our soul yearnings, the mental pictures of a future which haunts our dreams. There is a divinity back of these visions. They are prophecies of our possible future, and nature is throwing up these pictures on our mental screen to give us a glimpse of the possibilities that are awaiting us. One reason why most of us do such little, unoriginal things is because we do not sufficiently nurse our visions and longings. The plan of the building must come before the building. The sculptor's model must live in his own mind before he can call it out of the marble. We do not half realize the mental force we generate by persistently visualizing our ideal. These mental processes are completing the plans of our future life building, filling in the outlines and details, and drawing to us out of the invisible energy of the universe the materials for our actual building. There is no other one thing you will find so helpful in the attainment of your ambition as the habit of visualizing what you are trying to accomplish, vividly and intensely, because this makes a magnet of the mind to attract what one is after. A medical student holds in his mind a vision of himself as a great physician or surgeon, and in a few years we are amazed at the size of his practice. He called it out of the great universal supply by his perpetual visualizing, the constant intensifying of his desire, and the unceasing struggle on the material plan to make his dream come true, even if you are only a humble employee. Visualize yourself as the man you long to be, a man of importance and power, carrying weight in your community. No matter if you are only an errand boy or a clerk, see yourself as a partner in your concern or a proprietor of a business of your own. Do this and work with all your might for the attainment of your object on the physical plane, and nothing can hinder your success. These are the means, consciously or unconsciously adopted, by which every successful man has ultimately attained his heart's desire. Reading and thinking, visualizing and working along the lines of his ambition, the boy, Thomas Alva Edison, at the very first opportunity, when a newsboy on the Grand Trunk Railway, begins to actualize his desires by experimenting with chemicals in a baggage car, which he had fitted up as a laboratory. He clings to his vision constantly, goes on discovering, experimenting, inventing, until we find him the world's greatest electrical inventor, the Wizard of Menlo Park. What Edison has done, what all aspiring souls have done to make their dreams come true, you can do. Cling to your vision and work. There is a power in man, back of the flesh, but not of it, working in harmony with the divine intelligence in the great cosmic ocean of energy, a limitless supply that is today performing miracles in invention, in commerce, in industry. This power, which is creative and everywhere operative, is destined to lift every created thing up to the peak of its possibilities. It is latent in you, awaiting your cooperation to realize your ambition. The first step toward utilizing it is to visualize the ideal of what you want to make real, the ideal of the man or the woman you aim to be, and the things you want to do. No matter how circumstances may contradict the possibility of your success, how people, even your own people, may blame or misunderstand you, may even call you a crank or a conceited egotist, hold fast to your faith in your dream, in yourself. Cling to your vision, nurse it, for it is the God-inspired model by which He is urging you to shape your life. Chapter 10. How to Cure Discouragement. Discouragement has done more to dwarf the efforts of the race, has thwarted more careers, stunted and starved more lives than any other one agent. Never make a decision when downhearted. Never let the weak side of your nature take control. You are not capable of correct judgment when fear or doubt or despondency is in your mind. Sound judgment comes from a perfectly normal brain. Have you the grit and pluck to stand all sorts of discouragement and to struggle on after failure without losing heart, to get up again every time you fall? If you can do this, you are a winner. Nothing can hold you back from your goal. You can't do it keeps more people with splendid ability in mediocrity than almost any other thing. It meets you everywhere in life. At every turn you propose to take, you will find someone to warn you away, to tell you not to take that road, that it will lead to disaster. Someone says, discouragement hides God's means and methods. It does more. It hides God Himself. It blots out of sight about everything that is helpful and friendly to us. It paralyzes our ability, our courage, our self-confidence. It destroys our efficiency and cuts down the effectiveness of every one of our faculties. Every physician knows how discouragement affects the cure of a patient, delays it, and often makes it impossible. The sick man who is cheerful, hopeful of his restoration to health, has 10 chances to 1 for recovery, compared with the one who is blue and despondent. A broken spirit causes more failures, more suicides, more insanity than almost anything else. Only a short time ago, I read the story of a fine young man who became the victim of discouragement. After losing his position during a period of business depression, this man would start out every morning to hunt for another, and every night he would come home disappointed, but for a long time not discouraged, always believing that he would ultimately get a job. This had been going on for weeks, when one night he was late in returning, and his wife, watching at the window until it was too dark to see any more, tried to dispel the sudden feeling of anxiety that gripped her. When her husband came an hour later, she noticed that some depressing influence seemed to have been working upon him. Next morning, it was evident he didn't feel quite as sure of himself as he had been. Watching at the window for his return that evening, the faithful wife was surprised to see that he was not alone. A shadowy, sinister figure was at his side, talking very earnestly to him. It accompanied him to the gate and then suddenly vanished. The next evening, the same sinister figure walked at his side, and the look of despair on the man's face frightened her. The third evening the wife waited and watched until long after dark, but no husband came, and no word from him came to her. As soon as life began to stir in the neighborhood, she went out for a morning paper, and the first item that caught her eye was the suicide of a man who had thrown himself into the river and was drowned. She rushed to the morgue, and there her fears were verified. The body of the drowned man was that of her husband. The young man had become so discouraged by the hideous pictures his doubts and fears threw upon the screen of his mind that he became mentally unbalanced and in despair ended his life. In those last days, discouragement was so persistently at his side that it was visualized by him as a reality and actually became visible to the sensitive, sympathetic eyes of his wife. Right now, I know a number of people who are so depressed and demoralized by pessimistic, discouraged thinking that they are seriously endangering their future success and the happiness of their whole lives. Discouragement has filled their minds with black, depressing pictures, and they are unaware of the bright, cheerful, sunlit world all around them. They are, in fact, temporarily insane, for all mental depression is a result of wrong thinking. Worry and discouragement cause chemical changes in the body which actually produce chemical poisons. These poisons lower the resisting power of both body and mind and leave the sufferer a prey to all sorts of unfortunate results. There are multitudes of people today in poor health and in poor circumstances, plodding along in discontent and unhappiness, when they might be happy and doing superb things. Were they not the victims of conditions which are largely the result of their fear and worry? One of the saddest things in my work is the cry of unhappiness that comes to me from people who have lost their courage and ambition. They write me that they have ruined their careers and that all they can do now is to live on in a very hopeless and unhappy way. Oh, if I hadn't quit in a moment of discouragement, they wail. If I had only stuck to my trade a little longer until success came to me, how different things would be today. But I lost heart, got blue and discouraged, and decided to try something easier. There are millions of people in inferior or mediocre positions today who might be doing big things had they not yielded to discouragement at the start and ruined the promise of their lives. 9/10 of the men and women in the Great Failure Army are there because they were not prepared to meet obstacles and setbacks, and were frightened when they confronted them. Some people are always at home to the blues. They are, as Carlyle says, rich in the power to be miserable. I know a woman whose mind is so adjusted to despondency and discouragement that a very little thing brings on a fit of the blues, and the first one that gets admission to her mind drags in his relatives, discouragement, despondency, despair, fear, worry, and all the rest. They hold her in thrall for days together, driving out everything else, all happiness, courage, confidence, her very sanity. Indulgence in the blues, in morbid, despondent moods, is dangerous to character development and success. After a while, it becomes a settled habit, a disease, and every little setback throws the sufferer off his balance and lowers his efficiency. I am acquainted with a man whose habitual despondency has starved and stunted his whole life. His forces are shut up within him, and discouragement envelops him like a mantle. Although he has worked very hard all his life, his morbid mentality and discouraged outlook have cut down his efficiency more than 50%. One of the marks of a strong soul, one who is anchored in faith, is the ability to conquer discouragement, melancholia, the blues, all tendencies to cowardice and self-pity. No matter what happens, what obstacles or trials push such souls back, they never lose hope or give way under disappointments and failures. It is not that they do not feel those things, but that they will not suffer them to turn them aside from their purpose. Now, the greatest obstacles to our success are in our minds, and there is no one so weak that he cannot overcome the most destructive enemy thoughts. By the application of mental chemistry, training his mind to face the light instead of the darkness. A discouraging, despondent thought can instantly be neutralized by a courageous, hopeful thought, just as an acid can instantly be neutralized by an alkali. We cannot hold two opposite thoughts in the mind at the same time. One neutralizes or drives out the other. Whistling to keep up courage is no mere figure of speech, said William James, the great psychologist. On the other hand, sit all day in a moping posture, sigh, and reply to everything in a dismal voice, and your melancholy lingers. That is, to change our thought is to change our condition. If you're looking for a job and don't find one, or for any reason are discouraged, instead of going about with a defeated, gloomy air, turn about face at once and assume the attitude of a victor in life. Say to yourself, God did not create any man to be a failure. He gave to all his children qualities that command success, each in his own field. All we need is to use them. I am success organized because I partake of the attributes of the Creator of the universe, the Omnipotent One. I will now use the divine power within me to do the thing I want to do. Failure cannot come near me. I am a success now because I am one with all power. Resolutely hold this mental attitude, and you will be surprised to find what courage it will give you, and how your difficulties will wilt before it. General Foch says that a lost battle is a battle you think you can't win. You are beaten. This army is not beaten, has ever been the reply of great generals to the discouraged one who wanted to give up the battle as lost. It is the Joffres, the Fochs, the Grants, the men of indomitable faith and courage who have ever wrung victory from defeat. There is somebody not far from you who could step into your place and command victory. A great scientist said that when he encountered what seemed an unconquerable obstacle, he invariably found himself upon the brink of some important discovery. The time above all others when it is most important for a man to hold fast to his faith and courage is when the way is so dark that he cannot see ahead. If you push on toward your goal when everything seems going against you, then is the time when you are closer to victory than you dream of. If you never lose your conviction in your divine God-given power to win out in spite of any obstacles, nothing can defeat you, because you are in conscious partnership with omnipotence. What am I? I am the great paralyzer of ability, the murderer of aspiration and ambition, the destroyer of energy, the killer of opportunity. I have cursed more human beings, arrested the development of more fine ability, strangled more genius, and stifled more talent than anything else in the world. I have shortened vast multitudes of lives and sent more people to the insane asylum, to crime and suicide than men dream of. I cause chemical changes in the brain which cripple efficiency and ruin careers. I cause men and women to wear poor, shabby clothes, to look dejected and forlorn when it is the right of every human being to look up, to be well-dressed, attractive, and happy. I shut out the sun of hope and cause men to see everything in a distorted light. I am the devil's most effective instrument. If he can once get the bare suggestion of me into the human consciousness at the psychological moment, he can work destruction to the most ambitious, the greatest genius. I usually attack a man when he is down, when things have gone wrong and he is feeling blue, for then his courage is not so keen. His brain is not so alert. I find that the best time to work on my victims is in the afternoon, when the body and brain begin to weary of work. I am the greatest human deceiver. Once I get into the mind, I can make a giant believe he is a pygmy and of no account. I have a twin brother, Doubt, who is called the Great Traitor. We work together, and when under our control, it is impossible for a man to be resourceful, original, or effective. I creep into a man's mind after he has resolved to branch out on new lines, to blaze his own way, and make him feel inefficient and helpless. I whisper in his ear, "Go slow, better be careful. Many abler men than you have fallen down trying to do that very thing. You had better wait. I haven't a single redeeming thing in my nature, and yet I have more influence with the human race than has any one of the finer, nobler qualities which help to bring man up to the height of his possibilities. I am Discouragement." Chapter 11. make your subconscious mind work for you. When all men know how to make the subconscious work for them, there will be no poor people, none in distress or suffering, in pain or ill health. No one will be unhappy. No one will be a victim of thwarted ambitions. Your subconscious mind is like a garden, and you must be very careful what you plant there. Every thought, every emotion, every suggestion is a seed planted in the subconscious soil and will bring you a harvest like itself. It doesn't matter what kind of thought seeds you plant, whether poverty or prosperity, failure or success, happiness or misery, you will reap a harvest in kind. If you impress vividly, intensely, and persistently upon the creative mind in the great within of you, your determination to be what you long to be. If you register your vow to succeed in doing what you long to do, and do your level best to actualize your longings, nothing in the world can stand in the way of your success. Every great inventor, every great discoverer, every great genius has felt the thrill of the divine inward force, that mysterious power back of the flesh, but not of it, which has come to his aid in working out the device, the discovery, the book, or whatever he was trying to create. I predict that within the next 25 years, the average man, through his knowledge of the infinite power and possibilities of the subconscious mind, will be able to accomplish more than the greatest minds of all time have ever dreamed of doing. Science has mastered the secrets of the body's construction, but the mystery of mind is as yet but dimly understood. The body becomes unconscious in sleep, and all its voluntary activities cease. But the mind, what does it do when the body sleeps? We know it does not sleep, for when the body is wrapped in slumber, the memory and imagination slip out of their house and go where they will. Now they are visiting in California, now in London, now in Paris, now they are among the stars. They certainly seem to be completely independent of the body during sleep. The new psychology explains the mystery in a simple way. That part of the mind which continues active when we sleep is the marvelous force in the great within of us which, understood and rightly used, will enable man to reach the heights of his limitless possibilities. We are just beginning to realize that the subconscious mind is the channel by which we connect with infinite supply, with the great creative processes of the universe, and that through it, man can accomplish things that will dwarf to insignificance achievements that now excite our wonder and admiration. Everything, so far as results are concerned, depends upon the degree of intelligence and conscious purpose with which we use the subconscious mind, for it is forever occupied registering on the invisible creative substance, your every thought and emotion. It never sleeps, but is incessantly working on the suggestions it receives from the conscious or objective mind. Your habitual thought, your convictions, and your beliefs are all impressed upon it, and will ultimately be expressed in your life. In other words, your subconscious mind is your servant, and proceeds instantly, without quibbling, without questioning, no matter whether it is a big thing or a little thing, whether it is right or wrong, to obey the order, to follow the suggestion you give it. For instance, when you want to take an early train, and you say to yourself before dropping to sleep, "I must wake up in time to get that train in the morning," you're sure to awaken at almost the exact time you register, though you have no alarm clock and no one calls you. It was that little faithful subconscious servant who was on the watch for you while you slept. A similar thing is true of our appointments. You agree to meet a man tomorrow at a certain place and hour, and the thing passes out of your mind. Yet when the time comes round, you are reminded of your engagement. I file it away in the within of me, as I would file a business letter, then dismiss it from my thought, knowing it will be taken care of at the proper time. The trained man learns to commit all sorts of things to his subconscious secretary, knowing from experience that it will serve him faithfully not only in small things, but also in the serious problems of life. Edison says that when he is right up against a great problem in his work and has no idea in the world how to solve it, he simply sleeps over it. And many a time he wakes up in the morning to find his problem solved. It has been worked out for him while he slept in ways he never dreamed of. Many business and professional men do, as Mr. Edison does when serious problems confront them. They slip on them before they make any decision. Your subconscious mind takes up the problem at the point where your conscious mind left it, and in the morning you will find that it has been thought out for you. We shall know then that all we have to do to make our dreams come true is to give our invisible secretary the right instructions and follow this up with the necessary effort. Establishing in your subconscious mind the ideal of the man or woman you long to be is the first step toward achievement. Hold the conviction that your own is also headed your way. Work for it confidently, knowing you can draw from the creative energy of the universal mind anything you desire, and it will surely come to you. Consciously or unconsciously put in motion, these are the initial steps that have led to the production of every great work of art and genius in the world. Our railroads, our great buildings, our telegraph and wireless systems, our airplanes, and all the marvels of modern invention. Edison says he is only a medium for transmitting from the great cosmic intelligence which fills the universe a few of the devices destined to emancipate human beings from every form of drudgery. While the subconscious mind is all-powerful in working out the pattern or idea we give it, of itself, it does not originate. So it will make all the difference in the world to you what sort of material you give your subconscious mind to work on. You can make it an enemy or a friend, for it will do the thing which injures you just as quickly as the thing which blesses you, not through malice, but because it has no discriminating power, any more than the soil in which the farmer sows his seed. If he sows thistle seed instead of wheat, the soil will give him a harvest like his sowing. That is the law on the physical plane, and it is exactly the same on the mental plane. The objective or conscious mind sows the seed in word, motive, thought, or act, and the subconscious mind gives us back our own, always the thing that corresponds to what we impressed on it. Hence, how important it is that our instructions to this invisible servant should be for our good and not for our harm, that we should saturate it not with the things we do not want, the things we hate and fear and worry about, but the things we long for and are striving to attain. If you are working hard, yet not progressing toward your ideal, If you are in poverty and wretchedness, though constantly struggling to escape those conditions, you are not obeying the law which governs the subconscious. Your thought is at fault. You are thinking poverty and failure, your mind filled with doubts and fears, and you are neutralizing all your efforts by your wrong mental attitude. Some people, by their indomitable faith and self-confidence, get hold of the dormant powers of the great within of themselves and unconsciously work with the law which governs them. Wherever a man or a woman is doing unusual things, struggling heroically to accomplish some great purpose, you find one who is making tremendous demands upon the subconscious, registering his life purpose with such intensity and working so persistently and confidently that it is unfailingly carried out. Luther Burbank, for example, has done tremendous things in the plant world because he makes tremendous demands upon the mighty agent within his subconscious mind without neutralizing them by doubts and fears. By the same means, Madame Curie made some of the most remarkable discoveries in the scientific world. We are not, as we were taught to believe, so many separate bits of mind thrown off to struggle for ourselves. We are all part of the infinite mind, the cosmic intelligence of the universe, in partnership with God, co-creators with the great creative intelligence everywhere active in the universe. The marvelous accomplishments of man within the past few centuries can only be accounted for through his cooperation with his Creator. Wireless telegraphy, the automobile, the airplane, the harnessing of electricity, the reconstruction of the body by great surgeons, cables under oceans connecting the ends of the earth, all the results of man's reaching out into the great creative energy and molding it in cooperation with omnipotence to his purposes. The dictum of science is that nature unaided fails. Man is God's working partner on this earth, his work being to lift everything upon it, including himself, to the highest possibility of the divine plan. There is a power in man back of the flesh, which, working with the divine cosmic intelligence, will enable him to do things we can hardly conceive of, for we are a real part of the creative power which performs miracles throughout the universe. In the consciousness of the mighty possibilities of the subconscious mind to tap the great universal mind lies the secret of infinite creative principle, of limitless power. There are powers in your subconscious mind which, if aroused and utilized, would help you do what others call impossible. Your ideal, your heart's desire, however unattainable it may seem, is a prophecy of what will come true in your life if you do your part. There are multitudes of people in the failure army today with scarcely energy enough to keep them alive, who have forces slumbering within themselves which, if awakened, would enable them to do wonderful things. The great trouble with most of us is that our demands upon ourselves are so feeble, the call upon the great within of us so weak and intermittent, that it makes no permanent impression upon the creative energies. It lacks the force and persistency that transmute desires into realities. When we realize that it is through our subconscious selves that we make wireless connection with the all-supply, it seems strange that we don't use this great force to better advantage. When the necessary conditions are fulfilled, the law that governs the subconscious operates unerringly. Work with the law instead of against it, and nothing can hinder your success. Give it the right thought, the right instruction, the right ideals to work on. Give it success thoughts instead of failure thoughts. Never hold a thought that does not correspond with your ideal, and persist in vividly visualizing your success, never letting a doubt or fear come between you and the confident belief that you will get the thing you are working for with all your heart. The interior creative forces are more active during the night than in the daytime and are especially susceptible to the suggestions they receive before we fall asleep. For then the conscious mind is not active, and the subconscious operates uninterruptedly, without the objections it constantly raises during the day. Do this before you drop to sleep, and it will work for the attainment of your desire all night. Never allow yourself to fall asleep in a doubting, despondent mood. Doubt is the great enemy which has neutralized the efforts and killed the success of multitudes of people. Live always in the consciousness that you are a success in whatever you are trying to do, and the creative processes within you, faithfully working according to the model you give them, will produce whatever you desire. Chapter 12. Thinking health and prosperity into your cells. Every cell in us thinks. Thomas A. Edison. Each cell in the body is a conscious, intelligent being. Professor Nels Quevely. Think and say regarding yourself and your future only that which you wish to come true. As every cell in your body is constantly being made new, why not put new thoughts, new life into your cells and not drag along with you all the old skeletons of the past? The cell minds all through your body know whether you are master or not, whether you go through the world as conqueror or conquered, and they act accordingly. Your condition will correspond with the mental attitude they reflect. Thinking wholeness, completeness, perfection into the cells will encourage and stimulate them. The functioning of all the cells of the body, of the various organs, is lowered when we are thinking black, discouraging thoughts, and all of our mental faculties correspond with our physical condition. When physicians told Jane Addams, a young girl just graduated from college, that she could not live more than 6 months, she said, "All right, I will take that 6 months to get as near as to the one thing I want to do for humanity." What happened? The firm expression of her determination to do the thing that lay nearest to her heart registered itself so indelibly on the cells throughout her body that they began immediately to build for health. 8 years after the medical authority of that time had given her 6 months to live, she started Hull House, the world-famous Chicago settlement, and became an international figure in the great modern movement for world betterment. Had she instead impressed upon the cells of her body the negative pronouncement of her physicians, she would have died. Instead of repairing and building up the body, they would have quit work. The organs and tissues would have disintegrated, and the world would never have heard of Jane Addams or her great work. Understanding the power Miss Addams unconsciously used, we can build into the very structure of our bodies whatever we wish them to express. If we are dissatisfied with the bodies we now have, we can literally build new ones. For every one of the billions of tiny cells that compose the human body is a living, thinking, working entity which, like the sensitive plate of a camera, records in its structure the image of every emotion, thought, or passion that passes through our consciousness. The author of that marvelously interesting book, Cell Intelligence, says, "The cell is a conscious, intelligent being, and by reason thereof plans and builds all plants and animals in the same manner as man constructs houses, railroads, and other structures. Scientists now believe that the cells which constitute the various organs of the body have what is called organ intelligence, and that these cells are susceptible to mental suggestion for the health or disease of their particular organ. The little community of cells that form the heart think and work for the heart. The brain community work for the brain, and so on, all together making a huge army of little body workers responding instantly to whatever thought we impress on them. If, for instance, there should be a disease tendency lurking in any part of your body, by sending encouraging, energizing, uplifting thoughts, the suggestion of health and wholeness, to the community cells, and by living rightly, you can neutralize the disease tendency and bring the organ back to normalcy. On precisely the same principle, the thought of disease and abnormalcy suggested to these little cell minds will aggravate the trouble and hasten the development of the lurking disease in the system. I have heard a man curse his stomach and his digestive organs for not digesting his food properly. Every time he sits down to the table, he begins to complain. "I can't eat this," he will say. "My stomach can't take care of it. I wish I had a decent stomach instead of the good-for-nothing thing I have." Now, how can any intelligent man expect the cooperation of his stomach and his digestive organs when he is constantly blaming and cursing them for giving him pain and distress? The state of your body is a reflection of your habitual thought about it, your general mental attitude regarding your various organs. When you think of your heart as weak, of your liver as sluggish, of your kidneys as diseased, when you say, "I'm sick, I'm discouraged, I'm all in, I don't feel like anything," you are weakening and demoralizing the little cell minds all through your body, stamping your discouraged, despondent thought, the picture of weakness, on their very structure. The weak, discouraged, pessimistic thought produces a condition like itself in every cell in the body, and the body suffers in proportion to the persistence of such thoughts. The real basis of all forms of mental healing is the fact that the cells of the body are all alive and intelligent, that they respond to our thought, to our suggestions to them. It makes a great difference to the mental healer to know that every cell is just as responsive to his mental attitude as an intelligent child would be. His health thought sends a thrill of encouragement, of hope and assurance through every one of them, and starts them on their task of renewing the health and vitality of his patient. Be careful what you think into these little cell minds of your body, my friend, for it will come back to you not only in your physical condition, but in every aspect of your life. When you think bad luck into them, thinking how unlucky you are, telling everybody about it, saying that fate is against you, you are discouraging these little cell minds, just as you do when you think disease and ill health into them. You paralyze them, and instead of functioning normally, they function abnormally, and your health, your chances of success are all seriously affected. Your discouraged, pessimistic thoughts have robbed you of energy and pep, demagnetized you for the very things you are trying to attract, health and prosperity. The problem of maintaining physical vigor, abounding health, the magnetic energy that draws things to us, is solved when you keep all the little cell minds which form the different tissues of the body organs in perfect condition, so that they will be alert, happy, cheerful, hopeful. Or we must be very careful what we whisper into these little cell minds, whether encouragement or discouragement, hope or despair, health or disease, poverty or prosperity, for they are the tiny children of the larger mind, very susceptible to the instructions it sends them from the central station of the body, the brain. If a sick, weak man wants to be strong and well, he must impress a strong, healthy picture of himself on the cells that are trying to repair, to rebuild him. He must hold the image of himself as he would like to be, not as he is, instead of saying to himself, "Oh, how sick I am. I feel so weak that I'm afraid I never shall be well again. This disease has gotten such a hold upon me that it will never let go." How little people realize that when they hold such thoughts, visualize themselves in a weak, despairing, dying condition, they are just as surely committing suicide as if they were to take a slow poison. If you picture the billions of cells in your body as tiny individualities, little dancers, who are dancing to whatever tune you give them, you will get some idea of the action of your mind upon them in uplifting or depressing you, for they dance the life dance or the death dance, the poverty dance or the prosperity dance, the success dance or the failure dance in response to whatever thought tune you give them. Many people make themselves invalids or semi-invalids all their lives by their down-dragging thought tunes, holding the discouraged conviction that they never will be well. If they change their conviction, their physical condition would immediately change, as proved by the apparent miracles wrought by mental healers, who simply changed the trend of the patient's mind. Then the little cells began to dance to the new tune, the tune of life, of wholeness, and the body at once responded in renewed vitality and vigor. Nothing will do more toward making your life, your personality, your environment what you want them to be than the daily habit of thinking into the cell minds of your body what you wish them to express. Health, prosperity, success, happiness, goodwill, harmony, and peace. You can do this every morning before you start out to your daily task, and every little while during the day. The important thing is to keep out of the mind all enemy thoughts. For the moment any of these gain entrance and are permitted to remain, they begin to tear down and destroy. If anything occurs during the day to disturb your poise or your self-control, recollect yourself as quickly as possible and get control again. For nothing is more hurtful to the whole man or woman than mental inharmony of any nature. You can speak peace into the billions of turbulent cells just as Christ spoke peace to the turbulent waters of the sea. When you give them the harmony keynote, they will respond. They will always reflect what you suggest to them, for when the mastermind speaks, they obey. Change your inharmonious thought, and you change the condition of the billions of little cell entities in your body. Whatever you want your life to express, think it into those entities, and it will come to pass, for they are your partners, doing teamwork with you. Picture the cells collectively as a myriad army welded together by supreme power, working to make you a dominant, forceful personality, capable of conquering in any environment. You are God's child. Think accordingly. Think big, because you're big. You are not made for a cheese-paring economy, but for largeness of living. You were made for the life abundant, not for the pinched, stunted, starved life. Every thought of power, every thought of health, and every thought of love will attune your mind and body to the power and perfection of the creative plan of divine mind. Thinking health, thinking happiness, thinking power and prosperity into the little cell minds of the body will, in the future, be a very important part of every child's training. Their lives from the start will be keyed right. The little cell workers will get the right command, the right mental picture, and they will build for health, prosperity, and success, not for weakness, poverty, and failure. Right thinking will banish from the earth two of the greatest handicaps of the race, disease, and poverty. What am I? I am the vital principle of life, the greatest of all success and happiness assets. I am your best friend, the friend of the high and lowly, the rich and the poor alike. But be he king or beggar, who violates my laws must pay the penalty. I am often sought in vain by the man who rides in his limousine, but am generally found in the company of the man who walks to his work and takes plenty of exercise. Without me, wealth is a mockery, a palatial home, a bitter disappointment. Next to life itself, I am the greatest gift God has given to man. The millionaire who has lost me in piling up his fortune would give all his millions to get me back again. I am a joy bringer. Where I go, good cheer goes. Where I am not, depression and discouragement are present. My absence means declining powers, thwarted ambition, and a shortened life. I am good health. Chapter 13. How to make yourself lucky. Believe with all your heart that you can and will do what you were made to do. The lucky man never waits for something to turn up. To make yourself lucky, choose the vocation nature fitted you for, and then fling your life into it. Be all there. Self-confidence and industry are the friends of good luck. Good luck follows good sense, good judgment, and downright hard work. A New York broker not long ago committed suicide because he thought luck, which had been a dominant factor in his life creed, had forsaken him. He had such faith in the fetish, luck, that when he met with a series of Wall Street losses, he believed there was no further use in struggling against his destiny. Luck had turned its back on him, he declared, and he had nothing more to live for. His dying words to his wife were, "Good luck to you." Many a man, though he may not go so far as this Wall Street broker did, limits himself by a superstitious belief in good or ill luck. One might as well wait for luck to solve mathematical problems as to wait for it to solve any of his own life problems. Man is master of his own destiny. Life is not a game of chance. The Creator did not put us here to be the sport of circumstances, puppets to be tossed about by a cruel fate which we could not control. He has given man a free will, an unfettered mind, and man makes his fate according to his mind. The weak, low spirit, fortune makes her slave, but she's a drudge when beckoned by the brave. If fate weave common thread, I'll change the doom, and with new purple weave a nobler loom. Why art thou cast down, O my soul? There is that within you, my good friend, which is a great deal more than a match for anything that can try to down you. No matter what happens to you, remember there is something in you bigger than any fate, For you are your own fate, your own destiny. There is a God in you, my friend. Assert your divinity. All you have to do is to tap the eternal mind, the great cosmic energy, and all power is yours. You are at the very source of the all supply. Luck is the ability to recognize an opportunity and take advantage of it, says Beatrice Fairfax, and if we accept her definition, we must admit that there is such a thing as luck. Perhaps you have heard of the young man who happened to be the only physician present in a crowd which gathered around a king's carriage when he was stricken with a fit in a street in London. The young doctor pressed through the crowd and said he could relieve the king by bloodletting. The king revived, and this incident was a great stepping stone to the marvelous career of Ambrose Pare. But the ability to seize the opportunity and do the needed thing promptly and accurately is due to the cultivation of one's initiative, the daily development of promptness and precision in caring for business affairs. What you, my friend, may right now be calling your hard luck may be the result of some weakness, some bad habit, which is thwarting your efforts, keeping from you the prosperity you desire. Your bad luck may be lack of preparation, a poor education, insufficient training for your special work, or your bad luck may be indolence, a love of ease and pleasure, a desire to have a good time, first of all, no matter what happens. Good luck is the very opposite of all this. Every successful man knows that good luck follows the strong will, the earnest, persistent endeavor, good hard work, thorough preparation, the ambition to excel, and a dead and earnest purpose. The lucky man is the man who has been a closer thinker, a harder worker than his unlucky neighbor. He is more practical. His life has been ruled by system and order. Luck is like opportunity. It comes to those who work for it and are ready for it. Make the best possible use of your time. This will make you lucky. If we should examine the careers of most men who are called lucky, we should find that their success has its roots way back in their early youth, and that it has drawn its nourishment from many a battle in the struggle for supremacy over poverty and opposition. We should find that the lucky man is not a believer in luck, but in himself. He has gone to work and turned things up, made luck come his way. My experience has been that the men who are made of winning material do not talk of hard luck or cruel fate. They do not talk of being kept back by others. If a man has yeast in him, he will rise. Nothing can keep him back. The mere fact that a man is always talking about his hard luck, blaming his non-success, his defeats on someone else, or on unfortunate circumstances, is an admission that he is a weak man. There is everything in forming this habit of thinking of yourself as lucky, fortunate, of always seeing yourself as you would like to be, not as one who is inefficient and always blundering. Talk about yourself and of things as you wish they were. Otherwise, you will drive away what you long for and attract things which you wish to get rid of. A businessman whom I have known for some years has formed what might be called the hard luck habit. If he invests in anything, B will say, "Of course, I'm sure to lose. It is just my luck. When I buy, the market always begins to fall. The good things fly away when I purchase." He always thinks he is going to get the worst of it in whatever he undertakes. If he starts something new in his business, he immediately begins to talk gloomily about it. "It won't go. I have a feeling that it won't win out," he declares. This man hasn't nearly as much money as he had several years ago, and his losses have come largely from his sour mental outlook, his lack of confidence in his judgment, his perpetual anticipation of loss and evil, and his belief in an unkind fate. If you persist in looking and acting like a failure, if you keep telling everybody how unlucky you are and that you do not believe you will win out, because success is only for a favored few, those who have a pull, someone to boost them, you will be as much of a success as the actor who attempts to impersonate a certain character while looking, thinking, and acting exactly like the opposite. Our thoughts and words are real forces, which build or tear down. Who sees only failure is never a winner. It is the man who never sees anything but victory, who never acknowledges the possibility of defeat, that wins out. The man who tries to excuse his failure on the ground that he was doomed from the start by the bad cards of fate dealt him, that he had to play the game with them, and that no amount of effort on his part could have materially altered the results, deceives himself. I know a man who, whenever he misses a train, says, "I knew I wouldn't catch it. It was just my luck to miss it. I must have been born late." Now, my friend, talking disparagingly about yourself, depreciating yourself, is self-deterioration. Hold a good opinion of yourself. Think highly of yourself. Learn to appreciate your ability and to respect yourself, not egotistically or from a selfish standpoint, but because you appreciate your marvelous inheritance of divine qualities. Remember that every time you talk depreciatingly of yourself, you are lowering your estimate of yourself, your ideal of yourself. And this is the pattern for your life building. There is a sculptor in you who is working to the pattern, which you hold up to him. And if you hold up a defective, weak, deficient, dwarfed pattern, it will be built into the very structure of your being. What you think of yourself will come to you. What you believe regarding yourself, your ability, your future, will tend to come to you. Always think of yourself as lucky. Never allow yourself to think of yourself in any other way. Say to yourself, "I am good luck. I must be lucky because I am a part of the divinity which can never fail. It is my nature to be lucky. I was born to win. I am the child of the King of Kings. A princely inheritance is coming to me, and I must conduct myself with that respect for myself and for my ability, which becomes a prince of the Most High." Learn to reinforce yourself, to refresh and reinvigorate yourself by tapping the great Wamic intelligence through the subconscious mind, by going much into the silence and communing with the all-good. You should no more harbor a fear thought, a worry thought, a jealousy, envy, or hatred thought, a selfish thought, than you would listen to the temptation to steal. These things rob you of your peace of mind, your power, force, and vitality, your poise as well as your comfort. You would not allow a thief to ramble through your home to steal. Why should you allow your enemy thoughts to roam through your mind without a protest? Someone says, "Dare to fling out into the great cosmic mind greater assurance about yourself. Dare to have greater confidence. Dare to believe in yourself and your mission. Have a grander ideal, a nobler aspiration. A man must have faith in the thing he is trying to do or trying to get. His hope, his confidence, his expectation are powerful factors in the gaining of his ambition. They are searchlights on the horizon, descrying opportunity from afar. Nothing can defeat you or rob you of success but yourself. No conditions, however inhospitable, can swamp you or thwart your life aim if you have a life aim. Your own weakness only can do that, your lack of determination, your lack of confidence in yourself. You can be a nobody if you will, or a somebody if you will. It is right up to you. Your luck, good or bad, is in yourself. Thinking of your misfortune or hard luck in not being as well placed or as well conditioned as others is fatal to success and happiness, because we must go in the direction in which we face. And we face the way we think, the way we talk, the way we act. We are like weather vanes, and we turn this way and that way according as we think. I know of no one thing that will have a greater influence upon your life than the forming of the habit of thinking of yourself as lucky. We are just beginning to learn that we are made, fashioned, and molded by our thoughts, which are forces as real as is the force of electricity. If we think of ourselves as being always lucky, we may not be extraordinary examples of good luck, but we shall always be happy, smiling and contented, believing that everything that comes to us is the best that we could possibly attain. Where luck has been found, in thrift and foresight, in thorough preparation for one's life work, in mental alertness, in being tactful and a good mixer, in doing one's work a little better than others did theirs, in always carrying some reading matter in one's pocket so that spare time could be utilized while waiting for trains or for those who were tardy in appointments, by reading for self-improvement, in holding that the good things of the world were not made for a favored few, but for all God's children, in keeping eyes and ears open and mouth closed most of the time, in indomitable perseverance, a determination which knew no give up or retreat, in everlastingly pushing ahead whether one could see the goal or not, in choosing one's company, associating only with people who were doing their best to get on and get up in the world, in learning through mental chemistry to neutralize the things which kill one's best efforts: fear, worry, anxiety, jealousy, envy, malice, touchiness, anger, and thus to keep one's mind free for the larger things. Chapter 14. Self-Faith and Prosperity. Faith unlocks the door to power. It is the men and women with a stupendous faith, a colossal self-confidence, who do the great deeds, accomplish the impossible. No matter what your need is, put it into the hands of faith. Do not ask how or why or when. Just do your level best and have faith, which is the great miracle worker of the ages. Faith opens the door, sees the way. It is a soul sense, a spiritual foresight which peers far beyond the vision of the physical eyes and sees the reality long before it takes material form. A one-talent man with an overmastering self-faith often accomplishes infinitely more than a 10-talent man who does not believe in himself. Faith increases confidence, carries conviction, multiplies ability. It is not discouraged or blinded by mountains of difficulties because it sees through them, sees the goal beyond. There is a tremendous creative power in the conviction that we can do a thing. You may succeed when others do not believe in you, when everybody else denounces you even, but ever when you do not believe in yourself. A colossal faith in himself, a sublime self-confidence that never wavered, was the great secret of Theodore Roosevelt's many-sided success. For he believed in Roosevelt, as Napoleon believed in Napoleon. He went at everything with that gigantic assurance, that wholehearted belief in his power to do the thing that half wins the battle before it begins. Without any pretension to genius, with only the qualities of the average man, he raised himself head and shoulders above the average man by intensive application. According to thy faith be it unto thee, is just as scientific in the world of affairs as any demonstrated truth of science. Whether your ambition be to build up a great business, to accumulate a fortune, or to make a great name in whatsoever field your bent inclines, a superb faith in yourself is the imperative price. Most of the people in the great down-and-out army failed because they lacked faith in themselves. They doubted their power to make good and believed too much in circumstances and in help from other people, waiting for luck, for outside capital, for someone to help them. Now they remain in the failure army because they are not willing to pay the price, or they haven't the courage to try again. They lack that which faith gives, grit and determination. Self-confidence has ever been the best substitute for friends, pedigree, influence, and money. It is the best capital in the world. It has mastered more obstacles and carried through more enterprises than any other human quality, and made more American millionaires than any other human force. It was the ambition to succeed, backed by the I can and I will spirit of self-confidence, that enabled a poor boy, after repeated failures, to give New York City its most beautiful business structure, the Woolworth Building, pronounced by foreign architects, a dream in stone. The man who brought it into being was Frank W. Woolworth, born on a small farm in New York State, with no other heritage than a sound body, and the native grit and self-reliance which have carried so many Americans to their goal. He began his career in a little grocery store, acting as clerk and assistant station master without pay, at a first salary of $3.50 a week. For years, disappointment and failure were the only visible results of his efforts, but he hung on until fortune smiled and began to establish the Woolworth 5 and 10 cent stores. Before his death, he had over 1,000 stores with a capital of $65,000 and had built, overtopping all, a manly, lovable character. Henry Ford is another American who started with nothing but brain power and a belief in his own ability to do the thing he wanted to do. Working as a youth on the home farm near Detroit, later as a machinist and engineer, always plugging away in his spare time at the farm tractor, he had begun as a small boy. He passed 40 before he made acquaintance with success, when those who could not gauge his indomitable will supposed him a failure. But he was even then organizing the Ford Motor Company, on the way to the success that made his name known the world over. Today, many times a millionaire, He heads an army of over 80,000 workers. His hospital in Detroit and his school where boys learn while they earn going hand in hand with his achievements. It is men of this type, men with 100% of faith, who kill their doubts, strangle their fears, get up every time they fall short and push to the front, regardless of obstacles, who win out in life. As long as you live in an atmosphere saturated with failure thought, you cannot have 100% of faith, and your achievements will depend upon the percentage of your faith in yourself and in what you are trying to do. A great many of those who fail in life or who attain only mediocre positions keep themselves back by self-depreciation, by a lack of faith in their own powers. Nothing is more detrimental to success than this mental attitude. It would take the stamina out of a Napoleon. The instant you acknowledge that you are incapable of doing the thing you attempt, you set up a barrier that no amount of hard work can remove. He can who thinks he can. When someone asked Admiral Farragut if he were prepared for defeat, he said, "I certainly am not. Any man who is prepared for defeat would be half defeated before he commenced." It makes a great difference whether you go into a thing to win with clenched teeth and resolute will, or whether you start in with the idea that if all doesn't go well, there is always a way to back out. To go into a thing determined to win, to feel that inward sense of power that makes one master of the situation, is half the battle. To be prepared for defeat is, as Admiral Farragut said, to be half defeated before one commences. You must bum all your bridges behind you, leaving no temptation to retreat. The men who built up America's great industries and made enormous fortunes, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, not only had the faith which does the impossible, but they have been exacting trainers of themselves, holding themselves to stern discipline, fixing their eye on the goal, and sacrificing everything which stands in the way. He who is enamored of his easy chair, who thinks too much of his comfort and ease, will never get anywhere. There is no possible way of defeating a human being who is victory organized. If he has the faith that moves mountains, he is going to win no matter what stands in the way, because he is ready to pay to the last cent the price that even the most gifted among men must pay for success. Only your own inertia, your own lack of faith in yourself, can thwart your ambition. Your longings are the proofs that you can back them up with realities. Faith makes light of obstacles because it increases ability and multiplies power. Joan of Arc multiplied herself 10,000 times by her conviction that she was God ordained to restore the throne of France and drive the enemy from her soil. Every obstacle she overcame made her stronger to accomplish her great task. But without work, faith is of no avail. Everything depends on the hustle with which we back it. The only real power one ever gains is won in the struggle to overcome obstacles. It is the effort of brain and muscle put forth in the actual doing of the thing, the downright hard working, the vigorous thinking and planning that make the strong man, the man who reaches the goal of his ambition. It was everlasting hustling, added to his indomitable self-confidence, that made Alfred Harmsworth, now Lord Northcliffe, one of the wealthiest men in England and one of the most successful publishers in the world. This self-confidence was marked even as a boy. At 15, he started a little school paper, writing that he had it on the best authority the paper was to be a marked success. A marked success it proved, as has every enterprise this hustling journalist has put his hand to, until he became head of the largest publishing business in the world. We get in this life whatever we concentrate upon with all our might and main. Our success or failure is in our own hands. Many who complain that the door to success is locked against them are not getting the thing they want because they are not willing to make the necessary effort. They may have faith in their ability, but they haven't the energy to put that ability to work. They want someone else to do the pushing for them. No man ever climbed to success on another's back. He must hustle, make things happen himself, or fail. Joseph Pulitzer came to America from Germany so poor that he slept on the benches in City Hall Park, New York, on the very ground where he later built the World Building. This poor youth had so much faith and energy that he made millions out of a paper that was nearly a failure in the hands of the people from whom he bought it. Faith and work have magic in them. It is faith that leads the way in all undertakings. It is the divine faculty which connects men with the great source of all supply, of all intelligence, of all power. If you only have faith, 100% faith in yourself, in your life work, in anything you undertake, you cannot fail. I am that which is back of all achievement, which has led the way to success, to happiness, through the ages. I crossed an unknown ocean with Columbus, who without me would never have discovered America. I was with Washington at Valley Forge, and but for me, he would not have succeeded in liberating the American colonies and making them a nation. I went through the Civil War with Lincoln and guided his pen when he wrote the Emancipation Proclamation that freed millions from slavery. I was with Christ when all his disciples and friends had fled, and I cheered and comforted the martyrs at the stake, all the men and women who gave their lives to maintain the truths lie taught. I crossed the ocean with Cyrus W. Field 50 times before his great undertaking, the ocean cable, was perfected. I was on the ship with him when the cable parted in mid-ocean, after the first message had passed over it, and gave him courage to persist when the work had to be done all over again. I am the locksmith who can unlock all doors, whom no obstacle can hold back, no difficulty or disaster dishearten, no misfortune swerve from my purpose. I am a friend to the down and outs, the unfortunates, those to whom life has been a great disappointment. If these people would take hold of me, I would turn them around to face their goal instead of turning their back on it. They would face the sun and let the shadows fall behind them, as in the past. I am a booster, an optimist, one who always sees something of hope in every human being, for I know that there is a God in every one, that men and women are gods in the making, capable of doing infinitely more, infinitely better things than they have yet done. No matter how bad the conditions which confront me, I wear a smile, for I know that the sun is always behind the clouds and that after a time the storm will pass and the sun will shine again. I see triumph beyond temporary defeat. I look past obstacles which discourage most people, for one know that they have become smaller as one approaches them, and that but a very small fraction of the things people dread, fear, and worry about ever happen. If you know me, if you believe in me, work with me, cling to me, no matter how full of failures and disappointments your past has been, I will help you to overcome adverse conditions and crown you with success, for I conquer all difficulties. I am faith. Chapter 15. How to get rid of fear and worry. A day of worry is more exhausting than a week of work. Fear impairs health, paralyzes efficiency, kills happiness, shortens life. Crossing bridges before they come to them puts more victims in the great failure army than almost anything else. The fear of tomorrow, anticipation of the trials and troubles just ahead, robs multitudes of the strength and enthusiasm that would enable them to make today a glorious success. The man who fears tomorrow is afraid of life, and that sort of man is a coward. He has no faith in God or in himself. He will never amount to much. If you have had an unfortunate experience, if you have been slandered and abused, forget it. There is not a single redeeming feature in these memories, and their ghosts will rob you of many a happy hour. Dr. William F. Warren, a former president of Boston University, in an address to the students said, "No command or entreaty occurs so many times in the Bible as this emphatic one, 'Fear not.' I once thought to prepare a sermon on it, but it proved too fruitful for me. From Genesis to Apocalypse, 'Fear not' seemed an unending refrain. Yet there are millions of people in America whose minds are constantly filled with the fear of something. From the cradle to the grave, fear throws its black shadow over mankind, marring and stunting vast multitudes of lives, making people wretched, keeping them in poverty and inferiority, driving many to insanity and death. Not long ago, a girl in New York slipped on an icy pavement and fell to the street. At the moment, an approaching truck passed so close to her that the wheels almost touched her. Terror-stricken at the thought of her danger, the girl imagined that the horses in the truck had actually passed over her. When picked from the street and taken to a nearby hospital in an ambulance, she was raving about the horses and the truck running over her, and finally became insane. This tragedy was purely the result of imagination, for there was not a scratch of any kind on the girl's body. The thing she feared never happened, but the effect of her fear brought upon her something worse, something more disastrous, for no other loss can compare with the blotting out of the light of reason. A short time ago, during a severe thunderstorm, a woman became unconscious from fright and died, though an examination showed the lightning had never touched her. It was not the lightning, however, but her fear of it that had killed her. Multitudes today are seriously affected through fear of disease. They fear and expect influenza or pneumonia, and so invite these diseases. We had a striking example of this soon after America entered the World War, when the influenza epidemic made its appearance in the soldiers' camps and then spread through the country like wildfire. Thousands of victims, mostly young people, were carried off by the dread disease. Fear was at the bottom of its widespread destructiveness. Through the influence of the fear thought, the gloomy, discouraged thought, the disease thought, the failure thought, people are cutting off their divine supply, ruining their health, their possibilities of success and happiness. The fear of death, the fear of disease, the fear of coming to want makes this the most negative and destructive of all human emotions, the closest companion of our daily lives. Fear is the damnable ghost that is always bobbing up to rob us of our legitimate enjoyment, of our peace of mind, of our courage and strength, of our faith in ourselves. Take the fear of poverty alone. Consider the misery it has caused, the torture of visualizing the wolf approaching the door, the agony of possible suffering for our loved ones. If we cannot provide for their needs, we read it in the faces of multitudes of people who never have learned to demonstrate supply, who know nothing of the law of prosperity and never dream that holding in mind this fear of want is driving away from them the supply, the opulence they long for. It is only by holding the prosperity thought, the thought of abundance, by picturing themselves in connection with limitless supply, that they will get away from the poverty they hate and connect with the very fountainhead of supply. How many men and women deplete their strength and thus lessen their earning power by lying awake at night, worrying over their business problems and their home problems? Has this fear and worry business ever done anything for you? Has it ever added to your income, to your health, to your comfort, or your happiness? Most of us know from bitter experience how the vicious fear and worry habit uses up our mental powers, saps our life forces, cuts down our efficiency, robs us of hope, courage, and enthusiasm. In fact, cuts down our success chances fully 75%. The great secret of success, and of happiness too, is to have faith. To face life with courage and confidence, and not to anticipate trouble. It is greatly to our discredit that in spite of the fact that America is the richest, the most prosperous, the most productive and resourceful country in the world, we are a nation of worriers. The Public Health Service in Washington, realizing this, and knowing the evil effects of such a mental attitude in breeding nervous diseases and other life stranglers, some time ago issued a bulletin, the burden of which was, "Don't worry." So far as is known, it said, no bird ever tried to build more nests than its neighbor. No squirrel ever died of anxiety lest he should not lay by enough nuts for 2 winters instead of for 1. In other words, we might take a lesson from what we call the lower animals in not worrying about our future supply. We say they cannot reason, but they show that faith which the Christ so constantly tried to implant in his disciples. Therefore take no thought, that is, no anxious thought, saying, "What shall we eat?" or "What shall we drink?" or "Wherewithal shall we be clothed?" For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Rich and poor alike are victims of the unreasonable fear of lack of supply, as all panics and business depression show, for it is the wealthy who, through withdrawal of cash from business and banks, first disturb public credit. Don't be one of those craven souls. Don't allow yourself to be robbed of your birthright, success, and happiness. Even if you have the fear and worry habit, you can free yourself from it. Professor William James says that fear is conquerable, that it has at last become possible for large numbers of people to pass from the cradle to the grave without ever having a pang of genuine fear. You will not get very far, my friend, nor climb very high until you rid yourself of your fears and doubts, of the worry and discouragement which are blighting your life. How many really able people are struggling along, barely making a living, because they listen to the whisperings of those human traitors, the fears and doubts and worries, which held them back from doing what they were sent into the world to do. It is for you to determine now whether you shall continue to be the slave of fear and worry, to lead the narrow, pinched life you have so long been living, or whether you shall rise to the height of your divine power through claiming your kinship with God, with whom all things are possible. You don't need to make any preparations or to ask anyone's assistance. You can break away from your discouraging past instantly by reversing your thought, for to change the thought is the first step in the cure of any evil condition. Worry, anxiety, lack of faith, these are all expressions of fear, and cannot exist in your mind for a moment in the presence of the image of yourself as strong, resourceful, courageous, in touch with the infinite reservoir of divine power that flows to you from your source. Instead of picturing trouble and misfortune ahead, flood your mind with triumphant thoughts, with the thought of the power that is stored in the great within of you, always more than a match for the giant fear that tries to frighten you with bogeys, with unrealities that have no existence outside of your troubled imagination. No anxiety, no discouragement, no doubt regarding the future can possibly enter your mind while it is filled with thoughts of hope, of courage, of assurance, of all power and strength through your connection with infinite power. You will find it a great help in driving out fear and worry to express strong, courageous sentiments aloud. When alone, say to any enemy thoughts that would frighten or harass you, "Get out of my mental kingdom. I will not allow you to come between me and my Father. I am a son of God, and I was never made to cower before anything. I am brave, courageous, afraid of nothing. I am a conqueror of fear, not its slave. Remember that as God's child, you have nothing to fear, for through your kinship with omnipotence, the source of all courage, of all supply, of all good, no evil thing has power over you. The next time that something which you feel is holding you back whispers to you, "Don't do that. You'll make a fool of yourself." Don't listen to the evil thing, for it is fear that is whispering to you, and it is lying as it has lied to millions who came before you. He who listens to it will never enter into his heritage as a child of God, his birthright of peace, power, harmony, success, abundance. Fear and doubt, discouragement and worry are always found together. They belong to the same family and work for the same end, to rob people of energy and ambition, and to keep them from doing what they were made to do. They have ever been the great retarders of human progress, the murderers of success. They have kept untold millions in mediocrity and have caused utter failure and ruin of other millions who could have done big things had they gone ahead. God never meant any of his children to be victims of fear, worry, discouragement, or any evil specter of the imagination. He intended that their lives should be triumphant achievements, glorious successes, and not miserable failures. Whatever tries to hold you back from the pursuit of a high ambition is your enemy. When fear tries to shake your confidence in yourself, to keep you from beginning the things which you long to do, when you feel yourself weakening before some unusual difficulty and think of turning back, drive all such suggestions out of your mind. Asserting your debuz power as a son of God, say to yourself, now it is right up to me to make good. I can't give up this way and turn coward. I am able to overcome this thing. It has no power to keep me down. No matter whether I can see the way or not, I shall keep going, forging ahead. Nothing has power over me but what I give it. I can and I will rise above all my troubles, above all my mistakes and errors. I will not be overcome by any enemy. I will overcome. Nothing but ourselves can make God's promise to man void. Behold, I have set before you an open door, which no man can shut. The door that leads to your ambition, to the fuller, happier, more abundant life you desire, is wide open. No one can close it but yourself. Nothing but your doubts, your fears, your pessimism, your worry, your lack of faith in the Creator and in yourself can prevent you from matching your desires with reality. Chapter 16. Good cheer and prosperity. Smiles attract dollars, as they attract everything that is good and wholesome. The man who keeps his machinery well lubricated with love, goodwill, and good cheer can withstand the hard jolts and disappointments of life infinitely better than the man who always looks on the dark side. Good cheer is one of man's greatest benefactors. It has helped him from giving up to despair, even when starvation has stared him in the face and all mankind seemed against him. When a man chooses good cheer for his companion, he never talks of hard times or carries a picture of poverty or want in his mind. The cheerful man is preeminently the useful man. If I were asked to name the one thing that would help the human race more than any other, I would perhaps say, more cheerfulness, good cheer, keeping sweet under all circumstances. Have you never noticed that, as a rule, it is the cheerful, hopeful, optimistic people who succeed, and that it is the sour, morose, gloomy natures who fail or plod along in mediocrity, who never amount to anything? A habit of cheerfulness enables one to transmute apparent misfortunes into real blessings. More cheerfulness will help you all along the line of high. It will make you a happier, more successful man or woman. It will transform and beautify the humblest and homeliest surroundings. Cheerfulness means poise, serenity, a sane, wholesome, well-balanced outlook on life. The cheerful man knows that there is much misery, but that misery need not be the rule of life. No one can estimate the healthful, uplifting power of one cheerful life, one serene, balanced soul. He who has formed a habit of looking at the bright side of things has a great advantage over the chronic dyspeptic who sees no good in anything. The cheerful man's thought sculptures his face into beauty and touches his manner with grace. Why not resolve that, whatever comes or does not come to you, whether you fail in your undertaking or succeed, you will keep cheerful, hopeful, optimistic, and be grateful for the good things that are yours. In almost everything we can find some happiness if we look for it. How many of us might learn a lesson from the poor little girl living in the slums of a great city who took a prize at a flower show? When asked how she managed to raise her beautiful plant in the dark alley where her home was, she answered that there was a little space between two tall buildings through which a bit of sunshine came in, and that by moving the plant as the sun moved, she had managed to keep it in the sunshine and to produce the prize flower. We all have at least a little sunshine in our lives, something to be thankful for, and by turning our faces to it, we could manage somehow to keep growing, but we don't make the most of the little sun we do have, as the little girl did. But no, it is always what we want, not what we have, that claims our attention. I know a man who, although very poor, can manage to get more comfort out of a real tough, discouraging situation than anyone else I have ever known. I have often seen him, when he did not have a dollar to his name, with a wife to support. Yet he was always buoyant, happy, cheerful, contented. He never was in a difficulty that blotted out the sun for him, for he always saw light ahead. And there is no doubt in my mind but that ultimately he will be a big success in his business. Money itself has very little to do with happiness. Some of the most wretched men and women I have ever known anything about have been very rich. They could have everything that money could buy, but their money didn't bring them happiness. It didn't bring contentment or harmony into their homes. Epictetus, the pagan philosopher, proved in his life the truth of his own words. A man can be happy without wealth, without family, without office or honor, without health, without anything that the world seeks after. There are few of us lacking in all these things, but we are not happy because we are not normal as Epictetus was. Multitudes of people think that happiness consists largely in getting rid of disagreeable things, disagreeable duties, in getting rid of the dry, dreary routine of life, the compulsory drudgery, in getting rid of the responsibility of providing ways and means. But, as far as we know, rich people are no happier than poor people. The things which torment us, which keep us from being cheerful and happy, are the boomerangs that come back to us from our wrongdoing. All the mental wounds from which we suffer are self-inflicted. He cannot do wrong without paying for it in corresponding suffering. In a similar way, our thoughts react upon our prosperity and happiness. The new philosophy shows us that we do not have to die to come to our own, to reach our heaven, the heaven of our dreams, that the grave is not the portal of paradise, but that paradise is here, and we are living in paradise but don't know it because we can't see it, except as we get a glimpse of heaven shining through in all that is beautiful and sweet and lovely and kindly. It teaches us that our consciousness of our oneness with the One is the source of all our strength, the source of all our power, the secret of all our success that is worthwhile, the source of our healing. It teaches us to look toward success, toward opulence, toward prosperity, no matter how poverty-stricken our environment seems. It teaches us that when we look at human beings through suspicious eyes, through distrusting eyes, through doubting eyes, through envious, jealous, or hatred eyes, we arouse in them by an inevitable law the very qualities which we hold in our mind, the qualities which we see in them. If we wish to appeal to the best, if we wish to draw the best out of others, we must look for the best in them. We must think the best of them. We must trust them. We must believe in them. The man who smiles and sees the best in everything and everybody is the man who draws the best out of others. He attracts others and wins out in life, while the gloomy, sour face repels everyone. No smiles, no business is the motto of a successful business house. Nobody but himself may be helped by the money millionaire, but everybody is enriched who knows or comes in contact with the millionaire of good cheer, and the more he gives of his wealth, the more it multiplies. Andrew Carnegie owed his popularity and much of his success and happiness to his cheerful disposition. In his later years, he said, "My young partners do the work and I do the laughing, and I commend to you the thought that there is very little success where there is little laughter. Whoever strikes the keynote of joy and happiness is a dispenser of the balm of Gilead, of a healing force. A man without cheerfulness is a sick man. The sadness of his spirit lays a withering blight on all the beauty of his life. A broken spirit drieth up the bones. But cheerfulness is a medicine. It promotes health. The habit of cheerfulness lubricates the human machine and very greatly increases and sharpens every one of the mental faculties. One who admits to himself and others that he is sick is indeed sick, but one who declines to make such admission and cheerfully goes on as if he were well conquers many an ailment which, if he had succumbed to it, might have proved serious." Beecher used to speak of sunny natures who move through the world like cheering music, spreading joy and gladness wherever they went. We have all met rare souls who live in the sunlight all the time. No matter how poor they may be in worldly goods, they see something in life to be thankful for. If we cannot always so control our moods as to be really happy, we can always appear cheerful. It is weak and cheap to go about radiating mental poison, the poison of discouragement, of gloom, the poison of worry and anxiety. It is a sin to peddle gloom and despondency. We owe it to the world and to ourselves to scatter sunshine, to appear at our best, not at our worst. There is significance in the fact that man is the only animal that has a sense of humor, that can laugh. Happiness is man's birthright. Laughter is a token of saneness. It is as natural to a normal human being to want to laugh and have a good time as it is to breathe. Things which amuse and make us enjoy life have a healthful, physical, and moral influence. The happiness habit is just as necessary to our best welfare, to any success that is worth the name, as the work habit, or the honesty habit, or the square-dealing habit. Anything that will make a man feel joyous and happy, that will clear the cobwebs of discouragement from his brain and drive away fear, care, and worry, is of practical value and should be encouraged. Innocent, hearty fun will do this as nothing else can. Then why not have a lot of fun and laughter in the home? One of the greatest sins multitudes of parents commit against their children is suppressing their love of play in the home. It is actually unfitting them to be pleasant and agreeable companions, good mixers, when they grow up and go out in the world, for the habits of childhood become a part of the grown man and woman. Fun is as necessary as bread. Why not do everything with joy and gladness? Cheerfulness, more joy in the life, is our greatest need. Struggles, disappointments, difficulties are not meant to make us sad, but to make us strong. For if we do not whine and complain, we shall be given strength to overcome all these. The cheerful man sees that everywhere the good outbalances the bad, and that every evil has its compensating balm. Robert Louis Stevenson said, "A happy man or woman is a better thing to find than a 5-pound note. He or she is a radiating focus of goodwill, and their entrance into a room is as though another candle had been lighted." We were all made for happiness, to rejoice and be exceeding glad. It was the Creator's intention that everybody should be happier than the happiest beings are today. If you, my friend, have not found that source of happiness, which will keep you in poise and serenity, no matter what may happen to you or yours, if you have not found that poise which gives the peace that provides understanding under all conditions, you have not yet found the great secret of life. Here is the fountain of all supply. Here is where we touch God, the source of all good. Here is where we tap the divinity in the great within of us. If your supply is limited and you feel unhappy, dissatisfied, gloomy, you may be sure that there is something wrong inside of you. You are violating your nature in some way, or you are not using your powers rightly. Chapter 17. The Master Key to be Great. Concentrate. Two friends set out on a journey once, many years ago. The one bestrode a mettled steed, the other trudged below. And he that rode raced everywhere, save to the place he should. "Because," said he, "there's time enough, and this my mount is good." Time journeyed too, and when at last the limit's hour did toll, the one that pleasure's bubble sought was still far from the goal. While he that came with tedious pace was at his travel's end, with but one shadow on his heart, the failure of his friend, T.H. Winton, the son of a poor Welsh schoolmaster, without advantage of birth or fortune, without pull or influence of any kind, David Lloyd George succeeded in raising himself to the highest position in the British Empire. As Prime Minister of England, he ranks next to King George, while his power and responsibility greatly overtop that of the king or any other man in the empire. What is the secret of his success? One word tells it: concentration. In his teens he studied law, and at the age of 21 began to practice. But long before he was admitted to the bar, when he first visited the House of Commons, he made up his mind that that was to be his future domain, and then and there resolved to enter Parliament. One of the ablest and most brilliant statesmen England has produced. He is today the most dominant figure in world affairs. What David Lloyd George has done in his field, you can do in yours, as millions of others have done by the same means: concentration. There is no more powerful magnet in the world for attracting the thing we desire, no force more effective in realizing the ambition we long to attain than concentration. Whatever you long to be or to have, you can be, you can have, by focusing your mind and concentrating your efforts on that one thing. When Franz Liszt, the great composer, was a mere youth, his elder brother chided him for spending his time on music and told him that he himself was going to be a great landowner. Franz, however, stuck to his bent, and even ran away several times in order to gratify the ambition for a musical career, which was discouraged at home. Years later, when the elder brother had become a wealthy landowner, he called on Franz, who was still a struggling musician. Not finding him at home, he left his card which bore the inscription, Herr List, landowner. When more years had passed, and the young composer had finally won out, he returned the call of his landowner brother and presented his card, which read, Herr List, brain owner. Aside from the humor of this little story, the point is that each of the brothers got what he concentrated on. The one became a wealthy landowner, the other a world-famed musician and composer. If your ambition is like that of the elder brother to become a wealthy landowner, a prosperous man of affairs, then you must concentrate on prosperity, on the acquisition of wealth in some form. The natural, the born moneymaker, thinks in terms of money. He is making money mentally all the time, so to speak, because his mind is focused on money. He is positive in his conviction that he will make money, will be wealthy, and he concentrates on his object with such intensity and singleness of aim that he literally creates money. There is no such thing as succeeding in anything by chance. Concentration is the master key to all success. It is the fundamental law of achievement. The man who does not concentrate will be either a half success, a mediocrity, or a complete failure. The French have a proverb, he who does one thing is terrible. In other words, he who sticks to one thing is irresistible. Emerson says, the one prudence in life is concentration. The one evil is dissipation. Scattering our energies, dissipating our creative force, failing to bring our mind to a focus and to hold it there, is responsible for 9/10 of the failures in life and most of the poverty of the world. I know one of those dissipators who generates more new ideas and outlines more new schemes than anyone else I have ever met. Yet, he has never accomplished anything more than the making of a meager living because he never sticks long enough to any one thing to make it go. The concentration necessary to bring them down to earth, to put them to work, is lacking. There are thousands like this man, getting small salaries in very ordinary positions, whose knowledge of a dozen different occupations, concentrated in one line, would have made them efficient specialists. If you would succeed in a worthwhile way, you must be a whole man with undivided interests, able to fling the weight of your entire being into one calling. Elbert Hubbard says, the master man is a person who has evolved intelligent industry, concentration, self-confidence, until these things become the habit of his life. Coleman DuPont furnished a good example of the master man at a critical stage in the affairs of the DuPont Powder Company. When he was called to the head of the business, it was losing ground rapidly. But through his amazing industry and concentration, backed by confidence in his ability to do what he undertook, he very soon turned the tide and headed the company toward success. When an interviewer asked Mr. DuPont how he did this, he said, I talked powder, I ate powder, I dreamed powder, I thought of little else but powder. No matter what your business, trade, or profession, you cannot make a mistake in following Mr. DuPont's remarkable methods of concentration which make him a master man in his line. Think the thing you want, talk it, live it, breathe it, dream it, act it, radiate it from every pore of your body, saturate your life with it, visualize it, believe that it is already yours. Take the little Hebrew boys who come from other countries to America when very young. From the start, they have the concentrated commercial instinct of their race. They think in terms of money-making, They keep their minds on ways and means of making money until they become powerful magnets, attracting money from every direction. That's why they succeed and become wealthy, where American youths with far better opportunities attract poverty and remain poor all their lives. From the time the Hebrew boy starts to shine shoes on the street, to sell papers, or to peddle some small articles, he is all the time thinking of the money he is going to make, counting what he has and planning what he will do with it, how he can increase it, how he can enlarge his little business, put his profits to work for him, and accumulate more money. To demonstrate prosperity, you must concentrate on prosperity. You must hold the prosperity attitude. To demonstrate abundance, you must think abundance. Just as you must think health, think vigor, if you would be healthy and vigorous. You must hold in mind that thing, whatever it is, you wish to express in your life, and you must believe it will come. The student who is trying to become a lawyer saturates his mind with law. He thinks law, reads law, studies law, keeps his mind focused upon a future as a lawyer. He continually fills his life with the law ideal, and by the force of his powerful concentration, fits himself for the practice of law. The medical student must follow the same method. So must the aspirant to the ministry or any other vocation. And so must the aspirant to wealth. You can't expect to become prosperous if you don't hold fast to the prosperity vision. If you don't believe with all your heart, you're going to be prosperous. If your mind is occupied with something else most of the time, if it is filled with doubts about ever accumulating property or becoming prosperous in any line of business, don't deceive yourself with the idea that prosperity will come to you if you only work hard. It won't. Nothing will come into your life except by the doorway of your thought, of your expectation, your faith. Concentration is indispensable to success in anything. As Dr. Julia Seton says, concentration is the vital essence of all life, and without it there is no real purpose, no real control. Upon the power of concentration, more than upon any other one thing, depends our law of attracting, controlling, and mastering life's conditions. If you feel discouraged because you are not getting on as you hoped you would, something is wrong. Your mind is not pulling in harmony with your effort on the physical plane. Something has arrested your progress, and that something is a mental stumbling block which you yourself put in your path. In Maine, the farmers say that it makes a horse a gawk to drive it without blinders, because its attention is drawn this way and that, which ruins the animal's gait and speed. Many a man has been ruined by not confining himself within sufficiently narrow limits to give concentration and direction to his energies. Said Andrew Carnegie, one great cause of failure of young men in business is lack of concentration. They are prone to seek outside investments, sidelines. The rule, do not put all your eggs in one basket, does not apply to a man's life work. Don't be afraid of being known as a man of one idea. The men who have moved the world have been men of this kind. It is the man who has his purpose burned into every fiber of his being, who has the faculty of focusing his scattered energies on one point, as a burning glass focuses the scattered rays of the sun, which succeeds. "When I have a subject in hand, I study it profoundly," said Alexander Hamilton. "Day and night it is before me. My mind becomes pervaded with it. Then the success I make, the people are pleased to call genius. It is the fruit of thought and labor. Concentration without genius will accomplish more than genius without concentration." Chapter 18, Time is Money and Much More. Few of us realize the connection between the day, the hour in which we are living, and our success, our happiness, our destiny. When I see a young man who seizes every odd moment for self-improvement, who has an ambition to make each day count, then I know that there is something, a very big something, coming to him in the future. Our todays are the blocks with which we build our future. If these are defective, the whole structure of our life will correspond. That marvelous future which you have dreamed of so long will be exactly what you put into your todays. The world grants all opportunities to him who can use them. Power and fortune are hidden away in the hours and moments as they pass, awaiting the eye that can see, the ear that can hear, the hand that can do. When Queen Elizabeth of England was dying, she said, "My kingdom for a moment." The late J. Pierpont Morgan used to say that every hour of his time was worth $1,000, for the accumulation of a vast fortune was only an incident in Mr. Morgan's many-sided career. But time is infinitely more valuable to us than is shown by its money-making power. Time is our most precious asset, our greatest riches, because in it live our success, our happiness, our destiny. Yet multitudes are engaged in killing time, frittering it away as rapidly as possible, not realizing that this is more wasteful than it would be for a rich man to throw diamonds into the sea, or to do as Cleopatra did, dissolve priceless pearls in a glass of wine and drink them. The future of a young man can be gauged to a nicety by the value he puts upon his time, especially his spare time. The greatest and most successful Americans have been men who all through their lives made use of every spare moment in broadening their minds and developing their ability. The Washingtons, the Franklins, and the Lincolns achieved their great work not because they were geniuses, but because they got from every minute of time its full value. There are many so-called ordinary employees today who think they haven't as good a chance to rise as their more brilliant companions. Yet every year brings out multitudes of giants from the ranks, young fellows more surprised at their rapid advance than the employers watching them. The only reason anyone remains ordinary, drawing a small salary, is not lack of ability, but that he is not awake to the possibilities in his spare time. Charles Schwab had no more ability and no better chance to rise than the hundreds of other young men working with him at the homestead plant of Andrew Carnegie when he started at $1 a day. He became a millionaire and a king in his line because he saw the necessity of a better education than he had had a chance to get, and devoted his evenings and spare time to acquiring special knowledge of iron and steel. He was always on the alert to improve his opportunities, always preparing himself to fill positions next above him. That is why his rise was so rapid, while his early fellow workers, who preferred a good time to self-improvement, were never heard from again. Speaking of those early days, Mr. Schwab said, "At that time, science began to play an important part in the manufacture of steel. In my own house, I rigged up a laboratory and studied chemistry in the evenings, determined that there should be nothing in the manufacture of steel that I would not know. Although I had received no technical education, I made myself master of chemistry and of the laboratory, which proved of lasting value. The point I wish to make," continued he, "is that my experimental work was not in the line of my duty, but it gave me greater knowledge. Achievement is possible to a man who does something else besides his mere duty, that attracts the attention of his superiors to him. An employer picks out his assistants from the best informed, most competent, and conscientious. One is so tired after a day's work he does not feel like studying, is an excuse often urged by young people. It is only the excuse of those too lazy to work for what they want, or who lack the ambition to climb. A change of occupation in the evening generally rests rather than tires one, and very often those who claim they are too tired to study evenings waste more energy in foolish dissipation than they would spend in reading or study. The whole period of youth, says Ruskin, is one essentially of formation, edification, instruction. There is not an hour of it but is trembling with destinies, not a moment of which, once past, the appointed work can ever be done again. Millions today are bemoaning the golden opportunities they allowed to slip by in youth, the evenings and holidays idled away when they might have been laying the foundations for a happy future, and now feel they have nothing to look forward to but an old age of poverty and bitter regrets. There is no magic which can give a youth a golden future when he is slipping careless, slipshod work and wasted hours into the fabric of today. Ambition, courage, industry, energy, initiative poured into your day's work, and perseverance in self-improvement in your spare time. These are the ingredients that make a golden future and bring you wealth, wisdom, power, whatever you set your heart on. Believe me, said England's great statesman, William E. Gladstone, when I tell you that thrift of time will repay you in afterlife with a usury of profit beyond your most sanguine dreams, and that waste of it will make you dwindle alike in intellectual and moral stature beyond your darkest reckoning. The way in which they spent their spare time has made all the difference between mediocrity and grand achievement to tens of thousands of men and women who knew the value of the priceless odds and ends of time, which others were recklessly wasting. If someone offered to purchase a large percentage of your life power, you would not think of selling it, even for a fabulous sum. But do you realize that you are practically doing the same thing when you allow your time to run away from you in all sorts of leaks, in idleness, in dissipation, in silly pleasures, or worse, in pleasures which kill your self-respect and make you hate yourself the next day? If you would succeed in any adequate way, you must shut off all time leaks and stop every output of energy that does not tell in rendering you more fit to make your life the success it is possible for you to make it. How often we are reminded of the value of time by the expression, "time is money." But time is more than money. It is life itself, for every separate moment as it flies takes with it a part of our lifespan. Time is opportunity. Time represents our success capital, our achievement possibilities. Short as life is, said Victor Hugo, we make it still shorter by the careless waste of time. I would advise every youth starting out in life to put that sentence up on the wall in his sleeping room, where it would remind him of the immense possibilities stored in the hours of every single day. You are the architect of your fate, the master of your destiny, and right now you are shaping your future. Every day is a step nearer to or farther from the goal of your ambition. Letters come to me from young people deploring the fact that it is impossible for them to attend school or college since they have to work for a living. They never stop to think that many of the most prominent men and women of the world have been self-educated, gaining an education in its widest sense by their own efforts, with little or no actual schooling. Read the lives of men who have lifted themselves into places of power by self-education. Biographies like that of Franklin, of Lincoln, of Greeley, of Garfield. Men who came from the direst poverty, and by the wise use of every spare moment lifted themselves to the highest stations of life. No matter how limited your time or how exacting your daily work, you can so cultivate yourself by reading and study in your spare moments that you can become an educated man or woman with a much broader outlook on life and a far greater earning capacity than the uneducated. Andrew Carnegie, the young Scotch lad, had only an elementary school education at the start, but by reading and studying in his leisure moments, he acquired the culture that fruited in several books and many magazine articles, to say nothing of the immense fortune he acquired. George Stephenson, inventor of the locomotive engine, seized every leisure moment as though it were gold. He learned to read and write at a night school and studied arithmetic during the night shifts when he was assistant fireman in a colliery. The lives of multitudes of the world's benefactors prove that no matter what investment a man may make in life, there is none so satisfactory as self-investment, coining bits of leisure into knowledge and power. The bigger the man, the greater value he puts upon time, regarding it as the most precious capital which can enrich life. Weak natures never regard time as a precious asset. They cannot resist the lure of pleasure and practice no more thrift in the use of their time than they do in the use of their money. They kill a lot of time without realizing that in doing this, they are killing their future. I will make this day worthwhile would be a splendid daily motto for all of us to adopt. When you awake in the morning, when you start to work, say to yourself, I will make this day worthwhile. It shall not pass into the story of my life as time half wasted. No matter whether I feel like it or not, I am going to make this day count, to make it stand out in my life as a red-letter day. If you do this every day, you will be surprised at the wonderful effect it will have upon your whole life. It will mean everything to you both in character and financial returns. Someone says, all that time is lost, which might be better employed. Each of us has the same number of hours in his day, the same number of days in his year, and the chief difference between success and failure lies in the use to which the hours and the days are put. Given the same chances, one youth will rise to fame and fortune by the right use of the time that another recklessly wastes. The harvest of our tomorrows will be like the seed we sow today. If we do not put that quality into the present moment that we expect in our success, in our character, in our life as a whole, it will not be there. It is the daily ambition which starts out every morning with the firm resolution not to let the hours slip through one's fingers until one has wrung from them their utmost possibility that makes the successful day. And it is the accumulation of daily successes that makes the big life success, that enables the man to realize the ambitious dream of the boy. Chapter 19. The Positive versus the Negative Man. The negative mind never gets anywhere. It can only destroy, tear down. It is very easy to develop a negative state of mind, and it is very fatal to success. We must get rid of it before we can attract prosperity or develop efficiency. The vacillating man, however strong in other respects, is always pushed aside in the race of life by the determined, positive, decisive man who knows what he wants to do and does it. Even brains must give way to decision. Even if sometimes wrong, it is better to decide positively and carry out your decision with energy than to be forever hanging in the balance, contemplating and procrastinating. It is the strong, optimistic, expectant of good things mind, the mind of faith and of hope and confidence, belief in the good, that attracts the good. The mind of the pessimist attracts pessimistic products. If you do not learn to decide firmly and finally and then act on your decision, if you waver and dilly-dally, allow yourself to be carried this way and that by conflicting circumstances, your life ship will always be adrift. You will never be anchored. You will always be at the mercy of storms and tempests and will never make the port of prosperity. The man who is made of winning material does not hesitate and dawdle and waver and balance on the fence. He jumps right in and tackles the hardest thing first and goes through with it. Voltaire tells us that vacillation is the most prominent feature of weakness of character. What we get out of life, we do not get by physical force, but by the subtle power of mental attraction. We bring it to ourselves by making our minds magnets to attract it out of the great cosmic storehouse of intelligence. Out of the great ocean of supply that surrounds us, we attract the things for which our mental attitude has an affinity. Some attract success, some failure. Some attract opulence, plenty. Others, poverty and lack. People who plod along in mediocrity or who fail in life might make a very creditable life record if they could only keep the things out of their minds which make them negative. Many people dwell so much upon their failure to get on in the world, their poverty, their misfortunes, that they develop a real failure atmosphere. They surround themselves with destructive, tearing down thoughts, disintegrating suggestions, until they make impossible that mental condition, that positive mental attitude which produces. We are just beginning to learn that we can not only control our moods and all of our thoughts, but that we can also control our environment, because our environment is largely our objectified thought, feeling, emotion, and mental attitude. We make our own world by our thoughts, our motives. As long as you keep your mind positive and creative, you will have courage, initiative, and sound judgment. You will be a producer. But the moment you become discouraged and blue, your ability, your mind, becomes demagnetized, negative, and you are no longer a creator or a producer. Keep your mind positive by refusing to admit to it such traitors as doubt, discouragement, fear, or worry. You can never succeed while you entertain them. Drive them out. Don't leave the doors of your mind open to them. Live success. Walk about among your fellows as though you were successful, with a triumphant, victorious air. Show that you are victory organized. Never fear failure. Don't visualize it. Don't picture poverty or have a horror of it, for this tends to make it a reality and keeps away from you the very things you desire. What is the use of dreaming about the wonderful things I'm going to do in the future? I must content myself with an ordinary career. These negative thoughts and assertions permeate the atmosphere of most homes and chill the youthful ardor of the children, with the result that their ambition sags, their ideals shrivel, and, having no great life incentive, they drop into a humdrum routine and fall far below the level they might have attained. It is criminal not to correct the tendency to negatives in a child's mind. It is not very difficult to cultivate a positive habit of thinking and acting if undertaken when a child is young. With the adult, it is not so easy, but it is possible. When you long for something that it is perfectly legitimate for you to have, sow your affirmation seed in perfect confidence that it will bloom in reality. Say to yourself, God is no respecter of persons. He is not partial in his treatment of his children. They all have the same rights, the same privileges. He will give me, through my own effort, what I need, what I ask for. The poorest, most ragged wretch that crawls has just as many hours in his day as has the richest and most powerful magnet. I can and I will do what I long to do. I will be what I desire to be. Whatever you do, don't set up in your mind and in that of others a picture of yourself as a weak, ineffective, negative personality. It is perfectly possible to make our mentality so vigorously positive that, no matter what conflicting currents or vibrations from other negative, discordant minds strike us, they find no response. The negative man in any community is the nobody. It is the positive man who does his own thinking, who dares to step out of the beaten path and blaze his own way, who dares to have opinions of his own and dares to express them. A lot of people go through life doing little things because their negative thought paralyzes their initiative. They do not dare undertake anything important. The leader is always characterized by positive qualities. He rules by his vigorous affirmatives. There is nothing negative or minus about him. The positive man, the natural leader, is always assertive, while the negative man shrinks and effaces himself, waits for someone else to take the initiative. One of the most pathetic sights in the world is the man who never has any opinion of his own, the backboneless, shiftless, slovenly, negative man who never differs from you, whose only opinion is assent to the one you express. We instinctively despise such a weakling, a man who never opposes us, who always says yes, yes to everything we say. All negative thinking, all negative mental attitudes, such as doubting one's ability, hesitating to undertake things, the habit of putting off, waiting for more favorable conditions, and of reconsidering one's decisions, are deadly enemies of initiative. If one does not cultivate a positive mental attitude, he will have a weak wishy-washy initiative, and initiative is the executive officer of the other faculties. It is the brain leader. Do not forget that the force that is going to project you to the success and prosperity goal is actually inside of you. Do not look to others to push you, to give you a pull, or to use their influence. Your resources, your assets, are right inside of you. They are nowhere else. If you feel paralyzed by the very responsibility of deciding things, beginning things of your own accord, make up your mind that if you ever are to amount to anything in the world, you must strangle this habit. The only way to do this is to form the counter habit of starting out every morning with the grim resolution not to allow yourself during the day to waver, to wait for somebody to show you the way. This will sharpen the faculties, put a keen edge upon them, and make the mind alert and eager for opportunities. It is not only necessary to keep your mind positive, but to be immune from all the enemies of your success and happiness. It must be vigorously positive. Form the habit of talking up, not down, of talking optimism instead of pessimism. Cut criticism, fault-finding, and blame out of your vocabulary. Show everybody that you have a great faith in humanity, in your calling, and in yourself. Resolve to keep the negatives out of your life. You're too large for jealousy or envy, too big for worry, or to be anxious about your career or about your future. Making yourself positive to everybody and everything you contact with in life is what counts. This is the key to mastership, to success and prosperity. Chapter 20. Thrift and Prosperity. If you would be sure that you are beginning right, begin to save. The habit of saving money, while it stiffens the will, also brightens the energies. Theodore Roosevelt. Enter into a compact with yourself to save a certain amount every week out of your salary. The little difference between what we earn and what we spend is capital. Nothing makes a businessman so absolutely independent as ready cash. It is the man with the savings bank habit who seldom gets laid off. He's the one who can get along without you, but you cannot get along without him. Thrift means wise management of what you have, money, time. Benjamin Franklin is one of the most inspiring examples of what the practice of thrift can do for the poorest boy or girl in this land of opportunities. Son of a poor tallow chandler and soap boiler, the 15th child in a family of 17, he began at the age of 10 to earn his living by working in his father's shop. From these humble beginnings, he succeeded entirely by his own efforts in becoming one of the world's greatest men, a distinguished patriot, scientist, statesman, inventor, philosopher, and last but not least, a noted humorist. All this he accomplished by the practice of thrift, which to him meant not merely economy in money matters, but the wisest use of his time, his energy, and all his natural resources. As well as being the thriftiest, Franklin was the most generous of men and would share his last cent with one who needed it. Then it gives the 10 commandments for a young man's financial life. First, work and earn. Second, make a budget. Third, record your expenditures. Fourth, have a bank account. Fifth, carry life insurance. Sixth, Own your own home. 7th, make a will. 8th, pay your bills promptly. 9th, invest in reliable securities. And 10th, share with others. If you forge these links of success into your character, you will be laying the foundation of enduring prosperity, contentment, and happiness. Every man knows that it is easier to earn money than to save it. So, of the 10, the wage earner should pay special attention to the second. Make a budget. Unless you make it a cast iron rule to lay aside a certain percentage of your earnings each week, each month, you will never succeed in becoming a really independent man or woman. No matter how small it may be, put a portion of your earnings away every year where it will be absolutely safe. You don't know what this will mean to you in case of illness, accident, or some unlooked-for emergency when a little ready money may save you great suffering or financial ruin. Even multimillionaires have to be thrifty, or their millions would take wings. In his little book, Succeeding with What You Have, Charles M. Schwab says, "Not long ago, the expenses of running my New York home got exorbitant. I called in the steward and said to him, 'George, I want to strike a bargain with you. I will give you 10% of the first $1,000 you save in house expenses, 25% of the second 1,000, and 1/2 of the third 1,000. The expense of operating the house was cut in 2. I once sent an interviewer to Marshall Field to ask him what he considered the turning point in his career, and his answer was, saving the first $5,000 I ever had, when I might just as well have spent the modest salary I made. Possession of that sum, once I had it, gave me the ability to meet opportunities. That I consider the turning point." John Jacob Astor, the founder of the Astor fortune, said that if it had not been for the saving of his first 1,000, he might have died in the almshouse. What a pathetic thing it is to see, as we do on every hand, well-educated, well-bred men and women, people with a great deal of ability, but with no money sense, going about with practically nothing ahead of them between themselves and want, spending everything as they go. What an assurance and sense of protection we get from the consciousness of a little nest egg, a little money laid up for the future, something to stand between us and possible emergency or want, no matter what might happen to us. No one can feel easy or safe who is living from hand to mouth. How many poor people in our great cities are constantly dispossessed, put out on the sidewalk because they can't pay the rent, and this is often due to the lack of early training in thrift and wise economy. I have no sympathy for the rainy day philosophy of many people, the rainy day fear and terror, that cheese-paring saving, pinching, stingy policy. Such people make the very rainy day they are trying to guard against. It is the good sense, the wise precaution, which gives a reasonable provision for future needs or for accidents or emergencies which may impair one's earning capacity, that wins our approval. The saving habit, the bank book habit, is an indication of the ambition to get on and up in the world. The bank book habit is seldom found in bad company. The habit of thrift not only opens the door to opportunity, but is a safeguard against our own weaknesses and gullibility. The saving of money so often means the saving of a man, cutting out indulgences and vicious habits, putting health in the place of dissipation, and a clear instead of a cloudy and muddy brain. It means that a man has vision, foresight, intelligence in planning and providing for his future. In fact, the thrift habit is not only one of the foundation stones of a fortune, but also of character. The moment a young man begins to put aside money systematically and to make wise investments, he becomes a larger man. He begins to have a broader view of life, more confidence in himself, in his power to shoulder responsibility, to make his own program, to be his own boss. In early learning the lesson of thrift, he has taken the first step in the development of a sturdy character, the sort that distinguishes the self-made man, the Benjamin Franklins of the race. Nothing will do more to help a young man get credit and the assistance of successful people than the reputation for thrift, of having something laid by, whether in bonds, insurance, or some other investment. Such thrift gives him standing. A prominent businessman says, "Give me the youth who saves to make the man worthwhile." This may mean riches to you in the future. A little ready money attracts opportunities. Many a fortune has been started on less than $1,000. Frank Woolworth, who built up the mammoth 5 and 10-cent store business, started with something like $300 of his own, borrowing enough to bring it up to $500. Several of his first stores were failures, but he was not a failure. He had an idea, and his small earnings helped him to back up his idea and to make his dreams come true. The power of money is usually not half appreciated by young men and young women. This is a land of opportunity, and good chances are constantly coming to those who have the ready cash. How often we hear people plead as an excuse for not seizing a rare opportunity for investment that they hadn't the money. Great bargains for cash have been offered, and only comparatively few men have had the reserve funds to avail themselves of these splendid chances. Some of the shrewdest businessmen I know tell me that there is nothing that pays the businessman so well in the long run as to keep money in the bank, ready for an emergency, ready for an unexpected opportunity, or a great bargain. The thrifty man is never caught unprepared. There are opportunities to save all around us. When we get a little money ahead, it arouses enthusiasm to add to it. It is a little easier to say no when inclined to spend foolishly or for things which are really not worthwhile. His small savings have kept many a young man from falling into temptations which might have crippled or ruined him. A little ready money suggests to young people just establishing a home wonderful possibilities in the way of comforts, the means of self-culture and growth. It means better reading matter, better books and periodicals, a possible college course later on for the children, and old age protection. It means less worry and less anxiety about the future, exemption from the fear of coming to want, or that those dear to us may suffer. It may mean a good physician, a skillful surgeon, instead of a bungler when sickness enters our home. I have been asked, says a great businessman, to define the true secret of success. Saving is the first great principle of success. It creates independence. It gives a young man standing, fills him with vigor. It stimulates him with the proper energy. In fact, it brings to him the best part of any success, happiness, and contentment. Can you desire anything better in your future than these? I am stored up happiness. I lead the way to peace, power, and plenty. I am a friend alike of the rich and the poor. I am common sense applied to life in all sorts of ways. I am a tower of strength in youth and a staff in old age. I was one of the chief factors in the winning of the World War. I am the best form of insurance against poverty and failure. I removed the shadow of the poorhouse. I kill that rainy day dread. I put hope into the heart of man, a light into human eyes that was never there before. I am the friend of man, a civilization builder. I sustain and preserve the highest welfare of the race. I keep thousands of people out of the penitentiary, prevent them from committing theft and other crimes. I am an employee's best recommendation, for I belong to a large and most excellent family. I am a symbol of character, of stability, of self-control, a proof that a man is not a victim of his appetites and weaknesses, but their master. I am often the savior of a man, cutting off indulgences and vicious habits, putting health in the place of dissipation, and ensuring a clear brain instead of a cloudy, befuddled one. I am the enemy of that great curse of mankind, debt, which wrecks multitudes of homes, causes divorce, blasts love, and destroys all peace of mind. The failure army today is largely recruited by people who never learned to know me, who ridiculed the suggestion of needing me, who rather despised and looked down on me as standing for meanness and penuriousness, and as being an enemy of their enjoyment. Enjoyment. I am the best friend of woman. I make her a better businesswoman, a better housekeeper, a better wife and mother, a better citizen. I help her to make herself independent, self-reliant, and teach her how to finance herself. I am an incentive to high living, the simple life, and high thinking. I urge bending upward, living upward, dwelling in honesty and simplicity, the genuine life that gives enduring satisfaction. I am the beginning of real success, that which puts a foundation under your air castles, that which makes your dreams come true, which builds that home of my own to which every healthy, ambitious young person looks forward as the culmination of his hopes. I am Thrift. Chapter 21. As a man expecteth, so is he. We never can get more out of ourselves than we expect. If we expect large things, if we hold the large mental attitude toward our work, toward our life, we shall get much greater results than if we depreciate ourselves and only look for little things. The habit of expecting great things of ourselves calls out the best that is in us. No one can become prosperous while he really expects or half expects to remain poor. We tend to get what we expect, and to expect little is to get little. There is a tremendous power in the habit of anticipating good things, of believing that we shall realize our ambition. Multitudes queer their success at the very outset by anticipating bad things, expecting that they are going to fail, that their dreams will never be realized. When I was graduated from a New Hampshire academy, my greatest stimulus to further endeavor was my favorite teacher's belief in me. Taking me by the hand at parting, as he bade me goodbye, he said, "My boy, I expect to hear from you, that the world will hear from you in the future. Don't disappoint me. I believe in you and can see something in you that you do not see in yourself." There is only one thing more stimulating in the struggle for success than the knowledge that others believe in us and expect great things of us, to expect great things of ourselves. What two people get out of life, what they accomplish, depends upon the difference in what they expect of themselves. A general who goes into a battle expecting to be beaten will be beaten. His expectation of defeat communicates itself to his army and makes it impossible for the men to do their best. It is the same in the battle of life. To enter it with the expectation of defeat is to be defeated before you begin. Working for one thing and expecting the opposite can bring only one result: failure. Every time you say you don't expect ever to be anything or to accomplish anything worthwhile, you are neutralizing the efforts you are making. To be ambitious for happiness and yet always expect to be miserable is like getting on a train which is headed east when we wish to go west. If you would succeed, you must turn your back upon failure, blot out of your mind every suggestion of failure, and head toward success. When a man has lost his grip upon himself through a series of reverses and disappointments, and feels convinced that he cannot possibly get on his feet, there is only one thing you can do for him. Try to arouse his hope, to restore his lost faith, to show him that, being divine, there is something in him which can never fail. I have just received some manuscripts accompanied by a letter, in which the writer says, "I know the enclosed are nothing like your articles, for I couldn't write like you no matter how hard I might try. I don't expect you will want to publish these, but thought I would send them along because of the possibility that you might." Now, at the very outset, this writer prejudiced me against his articles by his self-expressed inferiority. It was as though a young man should go to look for a job, discouragement in his face and in his every action, and say to a prospective employer, "I don't think you will hire me. I didn't expect any luck when I came in. I haven't much confidence in myself. Still, I will try my best if you want to give me a chance, though I don't believe you will, for I never have any luck in hunting jobs." This may sound ridiculous, but it expresses the mental attitude which multitudes of people hold toward the thing they long for. They never expect to succeed in anything they undertake, and do not understand that this very expectancy increases the power of their mental magnet to attract the failure and poverty they are trying to get away from. I was recently talking with a man who is a good illustration of what this mental attitude does for us. He told me that for many years he had been working very hard, with no vacations, no let-up in his efforts, and yet had never gotten anywhere and never expected to. "Of course you haven't succeeded, my friend, because you never expected to," I said to myself. Fearing and expecting poverty, failure, and defeat in everything has made you a magnet for these things and drawn you into a failure rut. We don't necessarily get what we work for. It is what we expect that comes to us. What you fear, as well as what you long for, is headed your way. No matter how hard you work for the thing you want, if you expect failure instead of success, it is what you expect that will come to you. Your thought is the creative force that molds and determines the conditions of your life. You must have birds in your heart, madam, before you can find them in the bushes, said John Burroughs, the great naturalist, to a woman who complained that no birds ever came to her orchard, while he counted a score or more there It is what you hold in your heart that comes into your life. No one can accomplish anything great who is confident that he was made to do little things. A man who expects great things of himself is constantly trying to open a little wider the doors of his narrow life, to reach a little higher than those around him. No matter what the conditions of your birth, it is you who shape your career, fashioned your life for happiness or unhappiness, success or failure. It is true of all men and women that they themselves are makers of themselves. The greatest difference between the Al salesman and the mediocre one is the difference in their mental attitude. Beaten before he began, didn't believe he was going to get the order, is written all over some salesmen. They do not know that the psychology of salesmanship consists in holding the conviction of success always in mind, and so they fall down before the slightest opposition. There are thousands of second-rate salesmen who have enough ability to make Cracker Jacks, but who fail to get results because of their doubts and fears. At every little objection made by a prospect, they keep thinking to themselves, "There, I am going to lose that man." They are communicating their own doubts and fears to their prospect, who knows at once that he is not a winner. His failure atmosphere repels everyone he contacts with. Negative minds never make great salesmen or great anything else because they don't build, they tear down. If they affirm their belief that there are good things for them almost before they leave their lips, they neutralize their affirmations by their secret doubts. Just like the woman who prayed to the Lord to remove the sand heap from her yard, and when she got through praying, looked out and said, "There it is, just as I expected. Of course the Lord didn't remove it." That is the trouble with most of us. We couldn't get what we wanted because there was no faith behind our efforts and our prayers. As St. James says of the man who doubts and has no faith, "Let not that man think that he shall receive anything of the Lord." Some people cannot understand how it is that bad men, cruel, brutal, conscienceless men, often succeed so well in their business. They succeed by the exercise of the mental law that like thoughts produce like results. This law works as unerringly as any physical law. It is neither ethical nor unethical. It is scientific, an inexorable principle that what we hold persistently in the mind is ultimately objectified in the life. This is why it is so important that children should be trained in right thinking from the start. Every child should be reared to expect big things of himself, to understand that he must prepare himself for a life of achievement. Being a child of omnipotence, health, success, and happiness are his divine birthright. And every child should grow up with the conviction that good things instead of evil are waiting for him. Do you realize that your environment today, your achievement, your poverty or prosperity, are really made up of your expectations of the past, what you expected of yourself years ago when you started out in life? If you have been true to your vision of a successful future, backed by hard work and intelligent endeavor, you are reaping the harvest of your thought. If, on the other hand, you find yourself poverty-stricken and wretched, you have violated the law, and your only hope of bettering your condition is to turn about face and go the other way. Work for what you want, but work with confidence, with the belief that you will get it. Expecting to be happy, expecting to be successful, expecting to win out in our undertakings, expecting health instead of disease, expecting good luck instead of ill luck, expecting harmony instead of discord and trouble, expecting to make friends wherever we go, expecting to be thought well of, to stand for something in our community. This is to establish relations with the things we want and are working for. It is to attract them to us. For as a man expecteth, so is he, so has he. Chapter 22. Yes, you can afford it. People who are always fearing the future, who always see rocks, shoals, and all sorts of snags and dangers ahead, who are forever preparing for a rainy day, not only attract the very things they fear, but also lose all the joy and happiness of living. You will never be anything but a beggar while you think beggarly thoughts, but a poor man while you think poverty, a failure while you think failure thoughts. Train yourself persistently away from the thought of limitation, away from the thought of lack, of want, of pinched supply. Thinking abundance and defying limitation will open up your mind and set your thought currents toward a greatly increased supply. You do not inherit poverty, squalor, and humiliating limitations. Lack and want have nothing whatever to do with God's children. Your inheritance is rich, sublime beyond description. Do you know that every time you say, "I can't afford it," such things are for others, but not for me? Or, "I have been poor and had to deny myself things all my life, and I expect it will always be so." You are closing the doors to prosperity. If you want to realize prosperity and plenty, you must dismiss forever from your mind the "can't afford it" thought, the thought that you can't afford anything which is good for you, anything which will contribute to the growth or highest possible development of the man or woman. It is your birthright to have these things. They belong to you by divine heritage, and you should claim them. The Creator intended that His children should have plenty and the best of everything that is good for them, that will contribute to growth, enlargement of character, and happiness. The idea that riches are possible only to those who have superior advantages, more ability, or those who have been favored by fate is false and demoralizing. The Creator has given man dominion over a world teeming with riches for all, not for a favored few. If we claim our inheritance and work in harmony with His laws, we will have the abundance and happiness He meant we should have. We will be glorious successes. It is not in our nature that we are paupers, but in our mean, stingy estimate of ourselves and our powers. To me, one of the most pitiable things in the world is a family where the parents, through mistaken ideas of economy, fail to bring up their children generously, who refuse to furnish them with the mental food, the change, the variety, the amusement that are so necessary to their largest possible development. True economy is not parsimony, miserliness. It is neither extravagance nor meanness. It means a wise expenditure, an expenditure which brings the largest results. It is being good to ourselves in as large and scientific a way as possible. It means that we should always have the best we can possibly afford when the thing has any reference to our physical and mental health, to our growth in efficiency and power. It often means very liberal spending. It is a perpetual protest against putting the emphasis on the wrong thing. Extravagance leads to insubordination, and parsimony to meanness, we are told. Don't deceive yourself by going through life patronizing cheap things, wearing cheap clothes, looking seedy with the belief that you are doing the wisest thing. Remember that your appearance will largely determine your status in society. The world accepts or rejects us by the evidence of our personality, the impression we make. Wise, thrifty, and often generous expenditure in the thing which helps us along the line of our ambition, which will make a good impression, secure us quick recognition, and help our promotion, is often an infinitely better investment than putting money in a savings bank. Anything which prevents a person from attaining this high watermark of efficiency is a sin against true economy. What is good policy in this respect for the individual is equally good for the home and for business. Many a business concern has gone on the rocks because the proprietor was too much occupied with picayune economies, turning down gas and saving and pinching on petty things to give his attention to the important things. Some people never get out of the world of pennies into the world of dollars. They work so hard to save the cents that they lose the dollars and also the larger growth, the richer experience, and the better opportunity. The superior man, says Confucius, is anxious lest he should not get truth. He is not anxious lest poverty should come upon him. Those who haven't the money cannot, of course, always do that which will contribute to their highest comfort and efficiency. But many people overestimate the advantage of saving a dollar in comparison with their physical well-being. Power is the goal of the highest ambition. Anything which will add to one's power, to one's growth, no matter how much it costs, if it is within possible reach, is worth its price. We have all met the can't-afford-it men and women who go through life pinching and cheese-paring. We see them stopping at cheap hotels or boarding houses, traveling long distances in the day coach, carrying their lunch with them, seldom or ever buying a newspaper, a magazine, or a book, investing in nothing which will enlarge the mentality or enrich the life, putting every penny they can squeeze out of a very poor living into the bank or in other investments. They may think that what they thus save is going to help their children, but nevertheless, from every point of view, it is very short-sighted economy. I have scarcely ever known an instance where money squeezed out of the real necessities of life was appreciated by the children who inherited it, to say nothing of the dwarfing, impoverishing, aging effect upon those who accumulated it by such self-sacrifice. Getting along with little and being half satisfied to continue doing this generally means that we shall have to get along with less, for it is not a creative mental attitude, not an attitude which attracts plenty and builds success. The can't-afford-it consciousness, the going-without consciousness, brings you nearer and nearer to the point where you can't afford it, just as the can-afford-it consciousness tends to bring you nearer to the point where you can afford it. For he can who thinks he can, and he can't who thinks he can't. We can't do what we think we can't do. We can't get what we think we can't get. If you're hard up, you have had a hard-up mind, that is, a hard-up mental attitude, a hard-up conviction, and that has cut off your supply. The poverty thought, the poverty conviction, is a colossal giant wrestling with human beings and overcoming multitudes of them. It is only those who know the secret hold of the wrestling match, as Dr. John Murray says, who can hope to escape the fatal blow of this giant. I know people in fair circumstances who live so completely in the poverty conviction that they are always hunting for bargains, are always buying cheap things, cheap food, cheap clothing, cheap furniture, cheap everything. The result is that nothing they have wears or lasts any length of time. Getting into the current of cheapness not only narrows and pinches the life, but it deteriorates the taste for and appreciation of quality, just as a cheap piano in a home, a piano which is always out of tune, tends to deteriorate the musical taste of the members of the family. There are many ambitious people with mistaken ideas of economy who very seldom get the kind and quality of food which is capable of building the best blood and the best brain. This, going without what would reinforce physical power, create mental force and virility, keeps multitudes of people plodding along in mediocrity who are really capable of doing infinitely better things. This is wretched economy. The ambitious farmer selects the finest ears of corn and the finest grain, fruits and vegetables for seed. He cannot afford to cumber his precious soil with poor seed. Can the man who is ambitious to make the most of himself afford to eat cheap, stale foods, which lack or have lost great energizing elements? Can he afford to injure his health by trying to save a little money at the cost of letting the fire of his energy languish or die? No one who hopes to accomplish anything in a life can afford to feed his brain with poor fuel. To do so would be as foolhardy as for a great factory to burn bad coal on the ground that good coal was too expensive. Whatever you do, however poor you may be, don't stint or try to economize in food fuel, which is the very foundation and secret of your success in life. To make a high-class man, you must have first-class food, and this is not extravagance. You can't build a superior brain out of cheap, inferior, adulterated foods gulped down at a cheap lunch counter. It is wholly a question of what you get out of your expenditure, not its amount, which makes it a wise expenditure or a foolish one. For instance, it will sometimes pay the biggest kind of returns to pay $5 or even $10 for a dinner where you can hear great men with worldwide reputation speak. In other words, it always pays to get to the most ambition-arousing and helpful atmosphere possible. Success attracts success. Money attracts money. Prosperity attracts prosperity. And it pays you to get with the people who are prosperous, who have honorably won out in what they attempted. There is a perpetual success suggestion radiating from them which no ambitious young man can afford to lose. A miserable, pinching economy was never intended for God's children. There is a larger and fuller life for them. Man was made for good things, for grand things, to have everything which can minister to his complete growth and development. If he condemns himself to a narrow, unfruitful life of cheese-paring, pinching economies, he has no one to blame but himself. Our condition is what our words, our thoughts, our convictions, as well as the result of our efforts, make it. If you're thinking and constantly saying to yourself, I can't afford to do this or I can't afford that, we must make this do, money is so scarce, you're sowing the seed which will give you the same kind of a harvest. Your poverty thought will make your future as narrow and limited and poverty-stricken as your present. Chapter 23. How to bring out the man you can be. We should judge ourselves by what we feel capable of doing, not by what we have done. Nothing else will so nerve you to accomplish greatly as a belief in your own inherent greatness, your godlike possibilities. There is a potency inside of you, which, if you would unlock it, would make of you everything you ever dreamed or imagined you could become. Don't be afraid to think too highly of yourself. If the Creator made you and is not ashamed of the job, certainly you should not be. He pronounced His work good, and you should respect it. The constant struggle to measure up to a high ideal is the only force in heaven or on earth that can make a life great. That vision which grips your heart, that dream of high achievement which haunts your imagination, is not a mere fantasy. It is a prophecy of the big things you will do if you get your higher self to work for you. Said the great psychologist William James, "The average individual develops less than 10% of his brain cells and less than 30% of his possible physical efficiency. We all live below our maximum of accomplishment, yet most of us are self-made dwarfs, falling short not 10, 20, or 30, but 100% of our possible development. Even those who climb to the mountain peaks of human achievement, the Michelangelos, the Shakespeares, never reach the maximum of their possible accomplishment. During a visit to California, I stood in awe before a giant tree in the hollow of which General John C. Fremont, pathfinder of the Rockies, lived for months on a government survey expedition. More than 100 soldiers had been in the trunk of this tree at one time. The thought came to me that had the same seeds which produced this giant of the forest been planted in a cold northern country in poor soil, even with the greatest care, it would have been a dwarf instead of a giant. Just as unfavorable conditions dwarf a possible giant tree and make it a pygmy, so do unfavorable conditions dwarf a possible giant in a man. But while the tree has no power of itself to change its environment, man is made to dominate his environment, to overcome all obstacles that may hinder his highest possible development. In other words, every acorn, if conditions are just right, may become a grand oak, but every human acorn, in spite of conditions, no matter how bad they may be, can become, if he will, a grand man. Man's development depends on his ideal of himself, the mental picture he constantly visualizes. So long as we think that we are merely human, sons of Adam, helpless victims of heredity and environment, we can never express anything but mediocrity, weakness, inferiority. A great artist who put his whole soul in his work would never look at inferior pictures, because he said, if he did, he would become familiar with false artistic ideals, and his own pencil would soon catch the taint of inferiority. It is familiarity with a weak, inferior ideal of ourselves that dwarfs and stunts our development. Our mental attitude fixes the limit of our development. We actually have powers of many kinds which we habitually fail to use. Says Dr. James J. Walsh, we have acquired the habit of not being equal to ourselves. They measure their capacity by what they have done in the past or by what others think they can do, And so they plod along in a narrow groove of inferiority, in which their real power is never exercised. Unless some fortunate accident intervenes, the larger man remains undiscovered, and they go to their graves without ever having gone below the surface of their almost limitless hidden powers. I recently met a man who had plodded along in a very ordinary way through what is commonly regarded as the most productive years of life, failing in several things he attempted, but he kept hammering away and happened to make a business hit. The vision of new power he had glimpsed in the great within of himself opened his eyes to his possibilities, and he rapidly developed a marvelous business capacity which he never before realized he possessed, until he went up by leaps and bounds and became a great financial power and a leader in his community. Not what you have done or have failed to do, but what you are capable of doing now, not what you are, but what you are capable of becoming. These are the important facts in your life. It doesn't matter what others think of you. It is what you think of yourself, what you believe you have the ability to do that counts. You will not begin to touch your possibilities until you make the acquaintance of your real self, the bigger possible me in you. After his 75 years of marvelous individual accomplishment, Thomas A. Edison says that man is yet in the chimpanzee stage of development, and that he has gained but a mere glimpse of his environment. The unfolding of man's hidden powers has progressed more rapidly during the past 25 years than in any other 50 years of the world's history. There is no name so secure in the Hall of Fame. There is no leader in any line of endeavor today who is not likely to be superseded by someone who is yet entirely unknown to fame. There may be at this moment some youth who will break all previous records in music, in art, or literature. A greater than Shakespeare may now be in swaddling clothes. When every human being awakens his sleeping genius, brings out the giant and the great within of him, we will have a world of supermen, a race of gods. John Drinkwater says, "He who most completely realizes himself is he who most fitly assumes leadership of men, not only in the days of his life on earth, but in the story that he becomes thereafter." And for nearly 2,000 years, there has been no man of whom we have record who has so supremely realized himself to the very recesses of his being as this American Lincoln. There is no man, however humble his birth or environment, who brings out the best that is in him, realizes himself to the very recesses of his being, who will not be a great man. But it is only at long intervals that anyone does this. That a man arises whose full power has been given anything like complete expression as in a Lincoln. Many of the richest minds in the world were abandoned before their hidden wealth was discovered by persevering prospectors who went down into the very bowels of the earth until they found the treasure they were after, while the fellows who quit died in poverty. In one instance, I know of a man who mortgaged everything he had in the world, borrowed all he could, and even sold his clothing to sink a shaft below the point at which a former prospector had quit. And going only a few yards deeper, he struck one of the richest silver mines on this continent. There are multitudes of employees much abler than their employers, plodding hopelessly in inferior positions, who have never had the grit to dig down to the treasure house of their own hidden wealth. There is just as much success material There are just as many success potencies in many of those who fail as there are in those who succeed. They don't think deeply or work in the right way. They don't focus their efforts with sufficient intensity to open the door to their locked-up possibilities. Are you willing to go through life as a pygmy when there is something in you which even now is telling you that you can be a giant? Are you going to put forth a giant's efforts, or are you going to sit around waiting for luck or something outside of yourself to come to your assistance? You will never unfold the bigger man God has wrapped up in you in this way, my friend. The only power that will develop the giant in you is right inside of you. God himself can't develop the human acorn that chooses to remain a dwarf, a scrub oak instead of the grand human oak of the Creator's plan.